This is shaping up to be the CES where Amazon Alexa secretly rules. She's in everything, even fridges, but in a move that seems awfully sudden, Alexa is in a bunch of cars. Ford Motor Cars plans on rolling out 2 phases of Alexa integration in its vehicles. First, being able to start and stop engines, unlock doors, and more, all with voice commands from home. Meanwhile, young parents should keep an eye on a whole new wearable market just tapped at CES, and that's the wearable breast pump. If you know moms, you know milk pumps can be an awkward, bulky, isolating thing to use since they often require power or at least a bunch of cords and a free hand to operate it all. This totally new style from Willow would let moms express their baby's milk on the go, completely hands-free. Turning to gaming now, if you're into VR, CES has got your New Year's resolutions in mind. Verzum's VR-friendly exercise bike encourages people to head to a local game emporium to race through a virtual forest and compete against friends to be king of the virtual hill. Verzum's working hard to bring the bikes to a number of arcades to break your sedentary streak. If VR's not your thing, but you want that all-in gaming experience, Razer's latest projector will throw you right into the action without even putting on a headset. Currently called Project Ariana, the projector extends whatever's on your TV screen to the walls of your room. If this sounds a little bit like a drive-in movie, that's because it is. Especially given that once you're done shooting zombies, Ariana works as a regular old 4K movie projector. But maybe you're an action hero waiting for your big break. Then you'd know nothing ruins your biker cred quicker than losing balance on your motorcycle. So Honda invented a cruiser leveraging the self-balancing technology used in its quirky uni-cub robot chair and calling it Riding Assist. As the bike technology doesn't need someone on it to stay upright, the motorcycle can even drive itself. Sadly, this thing is still just proof of concept. But then, so is about half the stuff we have loved so far at CES 2017. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Engadget's CES Live Stage. We're so glad you can join us for day 2 of CES 2017. Right now, we're here for CES Daily, which is a half an hour long rundown of everything you need to know that's happening out there on the show floor. I'm Carrie Davis. I'm a host and producer of some of Engadget's video content. And joining us is James True. He's our deputy managing editor, and we are going to talk through all the things that have caught our attention in the last 24 hours.
We certainly are. And where are we going to start? There's been a lot we've seen in this last 2 days.
It's still kind of a whirlwind. I don't know about all of you. There's so much to go through.
There is, but certainly the biggest trend I've seen is Alexa.
Amazon Alexa. Who has one? I just got one for Christmas. They're everywhere. That's right. So all of a sudden...
Ned's got 2.
Yeah. It's like a sneak attack because suddenly we're seeing Alexa integration in so many things.
Right, and it's kind of weird because it started off just as this little speaker that you put in your kitchen and you would ask it for recipes and cool, we all get it, and that makes a lot of sense. But now it's like in everything.
Yeah.
Like everything. You'd have thought someone like Google would have cornered this market with their sort of broad...
Google Home.
Well, Google Home, but also that broad reach of technology and everything. But it seems to be Alexa is the one.
It's like a ring match that we're sort of just barely aware of. It's like a sleep dream. I saw Google Home integration in just a few cars out in North Hall, but the most is Amazon Alexa. So for example, it was in Ford Synth. Well, Ford had announced it last year, but now we know that from your home, you'll be able to tell Alexa to start your car, unlock the doors, so far basic things, and then there'll be a second wave of even more.
Right, because cars were one of the first things to sort of really adopt it. I was at the LA Auto Show quite recently. Hyundai showed it off. Similar sort of thing to the Ford integration where you could start it when you're in your kitchen. You could tell it to turn the heating on if it's cold and stuff like this. But it was all very one way. You just speak to the car. But I think they're now sort of slowly integrating where it goes the other way. So when you're driving home, you can say, you know, Alexa, turn on my front porch light and all this sort of stuff.
That is what we need. What else did you see it in? Wasn't there was a fridge, Whirlpool.
Right, so both LG and Whirlpool have done integrations. LG's is a little bit more simplistic. I think LG's is kind of, there's an Alexa in a fridge. Whereas Whirlpool's is a little bit more interesting because obviously they've got like washing machines and other home appliances that they say can actually talk back to Alexa. So Alexa can be like, your tumble drying is just about to finish and stuff like this. So it actually sounds a little bit more useful.
Yeah, I agree. And then we've got some other things out there. Let's talk about the Honda self-balancing bicycle, this motorcycle. Oh my gosh, this video.
Right, it's kind of crazy. I mean, we were just talking on the sort of pre-roll there, how it was funny. It's been pitched as this self-balancing bicycle, or motorbike, sorry. However, when we saw it in the demo, it had a stand, which was kind of, seemed a bit weird.
That's always hard, but as we know, a lot of things that are sort of brought to CES aren't their full kind of functionality. It's more what they're shooting for. But basically, this thing can totally balance on its own, which even gives it some auto drive features.
Right, so because you don't technically need a rider on it, because it can self-balance, they did sort of show off some self-driving features. I don't think there's any purpose for self-driving motorbikes. It's not like it's going to carry anything or anything like this. So I think that was just kind of them showing off. But yeah, it was kind of interesting, and they've used an interesting technology as well, because you'd assume that they're using gyroscopes or something like this, but they're actually using the same technology they used in their Unicub. It's like a personal transporting chair. Kind of looks like a trash can, but you kind of sit on it and it wheels you around. But they've used a similar technology in that, and it can even keep you upright when the rider's on it at traffic lights or something like this.
That's really cool. What about, so switching gears, if you're not sort of a Need for Speed motorcyclist, maybe you like VR gaming, and there's this VR arcade idea out there that I love. James, you know about this.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me, so just to sort of sidestep a little bit, I used to play a game in an arcade near me called Final Furlong, which was like a horse riding game. So they had these two dummy...
Sounds like a very British thing to play.
But they had these two like dummy horses, and you get on them and you give it all this, and it was kind of like as wacky as it was fun. And I think that's kind of what they're going for with this thing. So they've got like a load of regular-looking bikes, but they're kitted out so that they're stationary. Everyone puts on the VR headsets, and suddenly you're not in an arcade in Wisconsin. You're in the woods, right? And you can race against your friends, and even your lazy friends at home can spectate, allegedly, from the comfort of their front room.
So to me, this idea that your lazy friends at home can watch, let's be real, I don't know if anyone who's playing VR is going to go to an arcade, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Yeah, it's a sort of weird concept, isn't it? Because some of these things have been around before. Like as soon as VR kicked in, people were like, "Oh well, we can use the exercise bike and make it more interesting." So I understand that principle. I guess they're just trying to socialize it and maybe monetize it or reinvigorate arcades. I don't know, but they do say they've got partners involved, so it is going to be a thing.
All right, we'll wait for that. Next up in gaming, Project Ariana. And so if you're not a gamer, this is still interesting because it's also just a regular 4K projector on your wall, but it does so much more.
Right, this is something a lot of people have been talking about, especially our gaming heads back in the trailer. They're kind of really loving this. So Razer have turned up with a projector, and you think, oh, gaming projector has seen that. But what this actually does, it projects an image around your TV set that's related to whatever's on the screen. So basically, you could just say expands the game to the whole of the room and the walls, and so you're like fully in it. And Microsoft did something similar to this a couple of years ago. It was a project called Illumiroom, but never really sort of came to fruition. Whereas this is going to be a real product. But it's also, like you say, it's a 4K projector. There's kind of got some smart features as well. So if you've ever used a projector, you've got something in its line of view. You'll see that the image like is beamed onto it and is kind of warped. Whereas this can figure all that out and makes the image flat.
It bends around the image. Yeah, that's interesting. Did they give us a price?
No, they haven't, but we're expecting it to be kind of on the high side because of everything it does. And these projectors are already expensive anyway.
Yeah. All right, turning gears to wearables in a category or an item that I don't think any of us were expecting, but I am really intrigued by. It's the Willow wearable breast pump.
Right, we're stretching the definition of wearable here, I think, a little bit.
Well, are we though?
Well, I mean, you do wear it on your person, yes. We'll give it that much.
Well, here's what it does. So if all of you have kids, people that have breastfed their babies, everyone knows that the sort of solution they have for moms is like the tyranny of this giant case. They have to lug around. Sometimes you have to plug it in, even if you can charge it in advance. There's so many parts. There are wires. Moms are generally kind of sitting away in a room for 20 minutes or, if they're lucky, 20 minutes. So this thing, instead, you charge it in its little case. You take out these things that can just slide right inside of like a stretchy bra. I don't know if you're familiar with stretchy bras.
I keep my bra wearing to a minimum.
Okay, that's good. So you just slide them in, and they express milk. So you can like walk around. It's hands-free. You don't have to be, sort of holding a thing or pushing a thing. You're just wearing that. And that idea, it is kind of expensive. It's $429.
What's the going rate for a standard one?
So they say the good high-end ones can be about that. I think they're more in the $200 to $300 range, a standard. So it is a bit more, but for the hands-free feature, that makes it wearable to me.
And I think it's kind of an understated device. I think we were talking about this in the trailer a lot recently, and everyone was kind of really rooting for this thing because doesn't have the glitz of like a super thin television or teleportation or holograms or all of these things, but it's something that really, really works and it's probably going to be really impactful for the people that want to use it, I'm guessing.
Actually is for the average person, not somebody who wants to spend, hundreds of thousands of dollars on a giant TV. So I agree, for that reason alone.
Right, and this is a sort of technology which often gets overlooked at CES in general. I think people are so sort of thirsty for the I want to see the
splashy,
right.
Yeah.
I want to see the big thing. So it was really good that we kind of caught this, and it's getting a lot of attention, I think.
Right. So switching gears to something that you've been trying out, James really enjoys music.
A very special type of bad music, in particular.
That synthy stuff.
Right. But someone's made a wearable which is kind of, it's like they almost designed it for me. It's like, I don't know if anyone else is going to be really into it, but it's called the Baselet, which is a really great pun on bracelets and bass, which gives you an idea of what it does. And it's kind of a wearable subwoofer, but it doesn't actually make any sound. It uses a transponder to convert the bass into vibrations that you can feel, but they're not like lame vibrations that your phone gives, which is just like a buzz. These actually have you can really feel it. If you know, like the Apple heart rate thing,
right,
where you can feel the different inflections. So it's just like that. It syncs to your phone. It's kind of wireless. You wear it like a watch. And it's kind of like you're in a club all the time, but no one else can hear it.
See, that sounds terrible to me, but I'm glad you enjoy it.
I love it so much.
Yeah. So I actually tried this on, and it doesn't matter to me to feel the music, but I kind of get that. I wasn't so into the feeling. How much is it going to be?
Right. Well, this is the barrier for most people. I think it's $200, which is, I mean, they did a Kickstarter and they made like 600,000 euros or dollars, whatever they did it in. So there is an audience for this, apparently, but I think it's going to be limited to sort of people like me who are just idiots that want as much bass as they can have. There's definitely a gaming application for it. If you're playing like a game, you can just plug the headphones into it or whatever, and you'll get the sort of rumble effect from all that sort of thing. Maybe a bit of VR, stuff like this. So I think it'll do well within its relatively small sphere.
Okay. In the audience of people who have hair, like myself, longer hair, we looked at this brush, and it's something we wanted to talk about yesterday and we didn't have time for. Did you check it out? It's a $200 smart brush that has a microphone to brush through your hair, and it can tell if things are breaking. It has a lot of other features too.
Right. This is was another one that a lot of people are talking about. Just because I think, well, first of all, let's start with the price, because I think that's a real deciding factor on this one.
Let's say it together.
Right.
$200.
So, I mean, I've barely spent more than $2 on a hairbrush. I mean, you
$15 is pushing it.
Right, you can really tell, I know. But, I mean, I use those free combs that come with the hotel, right? I'm kind of...
So his standards are here.
Right, my standards are here. So the idea of paying $200 for something that can tell me I'm already losing hair, which I already know.
I don't know if we need a smart brush. I don't know if the world is ready for that. But I appreciate that they're trying. The idea is... it's linked to this company that has L'Oreal hair care products. So they want to be like, oh, you've got a lot of breakage. Here's this specific thing that will strengthen your hair. So it's sort of, I don't know if we need...
I mean, it makes a refreshing change from smart toothbrushes.
There's so many smart toothbrushes.
Right. And they're all a little bit ridiculous in their own kind of way. They've all, one, you have to not glue, but you have to stick your phone to the mirror. The other one's got a camera inside, so it looks inside your mouth. I don't know.
The camera sticking to, you put your phone into this thing that suctions to the mirror as you're brushing. That's the Oral-B one. That one I kind of get because they say because of the gyroscope, and if the phone with the app in it is lined up properly, it can tell which area of your mouth it's brushing. And the others, they were telling me it's more of a guess.
Right, area. But do you feel like sometimes these, again with the brush, it's that we're smartifying things that we've used for millennia, or have problems that we've been dealing with for millennia that...
I do see your point. However, I will naysay that with this. I saw the Craftsman mower. Craftsman has this, and it's not the first smart mower by any means, those really large lawn care ones. However, it has an app, so it'll ping you when it's time to change the oil. Not only that, you can buy your replacement parts within it, and they have videos so you can watch how to do it. probably this is not for everyone, but for someone like me who's
With
never
acres and acres of land.
Yeah, someone with me, like acres of land. No, but really, if I'm suddenly have a lawn and I'm like, oh man, there's this lawnmower now, what am I going to do with that? Instead of going to someone and paying them a lot of money, of course you can do most of that stuff yourself.
I mean, yeah, but that's like smart cars, well, not smart cars, just current modern vehicles like Tesla and stuff, where they tell you all of that stuff that, you'd have to go to a mechanic for or something like this, or you wouldn't be sure, and they run diagnostics and they tell you, and you've got all these alerts. That sort of thing, really, really useful because it's bringing down a barrier, right?
I find it's empowering to the consumers so we can actually learn more about what we're using. Things are so smart now, so if they can sort of dumb it down for you a little bit and you can still use it that's what we need.
Right, but then now I'm thinking of, I can't remember the name of it, so I do apologize to the makers of it. The smart trash can. Oh, no, it's not even a smart trash can.
Oh, I saw.
Right, it's the one that you speak to. I think you even have to say open sesame, I think is the keyword. I might be wrong, so the PR people can tell me if I'm incorrect on that.
I want to tell you that I want to defend it just on principle, but I agree. We don't need smart everything.
Right, so this is like a little bit of a problem that we see every year at CES,
Yes.
though. There's always extra smart something or smart utility thing which we've never seen before, but you kind of pray for those guys that they're doing something good.
Well, this reminds me of a thing when I was at South by Southwest last year with you. President Obama came and gave a speech, and he talked about how important it was that people in tech develop things that actually, he wants people to do some good, not just build the next smart whatever or the next social app, which are also nice, but to do some good. And I hadn't thought about it quite that way before, but that's the case, right? The more sort of smart whatevers we see, how many smart toothbrushes are here, do you think? Every time we see this sort of thing, you're like, okay, or you could build something worthwhile.
For the greater good. But I think maybe there is part of that going on anyway, because if you're building a smart thing, you're developing a technology, you're developing a platform, an app, and oftentimes, I guess, it might not be the smart toothbrush that becomes the ultimate product, but maybe that gets sort of co-opted by dental care, and this is a technology that then improves general dentistry in the future. So I think we can sort of poo-poo it a little bit, but I think there is real technology behind this, which oftentimes does become sort of more applicable to a slightly more legitimate use.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Thank you for that point. I think I think you're right. And that's what they would say too if they were here. We're helping people's health.
Right.
And I agree, it's going to get there. Just maybe not quite.
Right, there's some zigzagging going on. They kind of go over here a bit, and then maybe they go over there a bit. So, but hopefully, it does improve something good in the long run.
What are you looking forward to seeing today?
I don't know. I'm on stage for the next 2 stints, so...
I know what you're looking forward to.
Right.
He's interviewing David Copperfield next.
Who is right up after this, so...
Please stick around. All right, that'll do it for our wrap-up for the day. Please stay tuned to Engadget. We have so much coming at you, not only the live stage, so many more videos, stories. Everyone's working really hard, so we will see more of you coming up through Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Internet. Welcome back to the Engadget stage, live from CES in sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. My name is Michael Gorman. I am the editor-in-chief of Engadget. The man sitting to my left doesn't really need any introduction, but I will anyway. Master illusionist, David Copperfield. Thank you for joining us on stage, David.
So good to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And next to David, we have his executive producer, Chris Kenner. Thank you for joining us, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
And lastly, we have deputy managing editor of Engadget, James True. How are
Good
you,
morning.
James? All right, well, David, so for some folks at home, this might be a little unusual to them, but I know you come to CES. This is not your first one, so why do you come to CES?
I think for the same reason everybody does, to be inspired. You know, for me, it's to be inspired to see what's new out there, the way things are being thought of in a new way. Magic has been kind of commingled with technology for so many years and so many centuries, and I take things that I see here and try to incorporate them into my show, to my work, disguise them,
Right, of course.
so that even the inventors and the creators won't recognize those things if I do my job right.
Right. So it's like a constant inspiration kind of seeking process for you every year?
I think so. I mean, historically, we're going to talk about some magic history here.
Yeah.
Historically, magicians have been part of the creative team, part of this technology. You know, inspiring cinema, inspiring new invention, new ideas, and I'm part of that world, and I feel a responsibility to kind of carry that forward, and we do.
Right, and I know you have the world's largest collection of kind of magical historical artifacts, and we've got some of them right here. So can you tell us a little about what we have in your collection in general?
Well, you know, if the father of modern magic is a guy named Robert Houdin, and Robert Houdin he was a clockmaker, was an inventor of many things. He invented, by being a clockmaker, and being a magician as well, he combined the two things and created mystery clocks. And Chris, why don't you show this first one? This is what they thought was amazing was this.
Oh, well, at first, you have to realize this is the 1830s. So back then, a miracle would just be the fact that this clock face is thin. He took the mechanism and put it here, and then had gears and gears, and then the clock face would be up top. Eventually.
And what's amazing is even then, the fact that a clock had so much mechanics, the fact that it could be that, turn it sideways so they can really see, that thin was a big revelation in the 1830s. Incredible. And that was the rage. And then he took it one step further.
And then he makes this one, which is called a mystery clock, which is even more mystery because back then, you know, people didn't have any understanding of technology like we do now. So this one is, all the mechanism is down here. The clock face has two panes of glass. There's a front pane, and it has the numbers painted on it. There's a back pane, and the back pane has a little grooves cut in the back of it, right here. And there's gears here, gears go down. This back pane can spin, and the hand is attached to the back pane. So when the back one spins, it looks like it's magically spinning in air. So that, in 1830, this was quite something. So it's pretty amazing.
And the effect was that you had a disembodied kind of hand that would be moving, telling time, even though it was connected to a piece of glass.
Right.
But the logic behind it was the fact that the numbers were on the front not moving, and the back piece of glass was moving, connected to all these through these very thin spaces around here. So that was, and Cartier, in fact, the Cartier company kind of took this and made it their own, but they missed the point. They took the numbers and put it on the outside of the area. So it didn't use, because then a magician, it lost its real essence because they weren't thinking like a magician thought.
Right.
So
And then Houdin, yes.
No, sorry, I was just going to say that I'm sort of getting the impression that if there was CES in 1830, these are kind of the flat screen TVs of their time, where this is incredible technology. Nobody knows how it works.
And in the Paris exhibition, with the CES of the time would be the Paris exhibition. All the people would bring their wares and their new inventions there. This won the prize. This is the thing that won the prize. This was the flat screen TV that got very, very thin. The next few years, it went even further. And how do you make that even more amazing? You know, what do you do with that? And I don't know if you can see this okay, but not only was this glass there, this would have a second column inside there, so all the mechanics are down here, yet this hand would be telling the time. Pretty amazing. The method behind it was this would turn a inner tube, there's not one tube, there's two tubes there, that would turn the inner tube, which turns gears through very thin filigree pieces there, you know, not a big clunky thing, very thin there, which would turn this back piece of glass and make the hand move. That was an amazing thing. And then after that, it was a two-handed clock. They were able to make it so it would tell time with not just one hand, with two hands. And then after that, they had one with a square face. And you can figure that out yourself, a square piece of glass in the front. So really, really clever stuff. Yeah. And yes, to your point, this was the flat screen, this was the cell phone of the time. This caused wonder. It was actually a practical, useful thing. But not only was it a useful thing in the home, but actually created this, you know, the question and inspired people to think creatively.
Right, right.
So pretty cool.
And then what do we have up front here? I know it looks like, you know, this is the precursor to modern robotics. I think we've come a little ways, but...
I mean, I think that's right.
Yeah.
If you come see my show, you'll see very advanced robotics, very disguised, and using robotic technology and magic technology too.
Yeah.
So even the people that built my little animatronic thing in my show really aren't sure how all the additions we added to it. So what I do is I take creators in many different areas, and no one person knows the whole thing except my team. So I think they may figure it out, but in the beginning, that's the inspiration. This is called the Brass Conjurer. And this is actually signed by Robert Houdin inside. It's in the 1840s, correct? 1840s. Why don't you fire it up? So it's the classic cups and balls effect, where the conjurer, the street conjurer, would be doing magic, and underneath it you say, there's dice. He's got balls, so to speak. An egg. Not too bad. What's really interesting, this automaton has kind of a beginning, a middle, and an end because it was built by a performer. It wasn't built just by a technologist. It was built by a performer, and you'll see, you can't really hear it, but it ends off with everything disappearing and it ends. So it actually has kind of a theatrical thing, which is pretty cool.
So how were these kind of, I mean, I know you said they were shown at like the Paris exhibition, but with the Brass Conjurer, like, how were these worked into magic shows, or what was the context in which these were presented?
This was actually part of another clock, so it would be in people's homes, a wealthy person's home.
Okay.
As these also would be a practical used thing. We have things built by Robert Houdin, which were used in a show also. Yeah. If you also the movie Hugo, about Georges Méliès, after Houdin died, the theater Robert Houdin was passed through many people's hands and eventually ended up in the hands of Georges Méliès, who at the time of the cinema being created, or the Lumiere brothers, he's the one that credited by taking the cinema, which was almost a magic effect, you know, having a train come in. People go, whoa. When Coppola made the Dracula movie, there's a scene where Gary Oldman goes into a theater, a magic show, and sees a movie. And the movie was a magic effect. And it took a performer like Georges Méliès to combine those effects of the cinema into a story form and make it a story. So, you know, magicians come from a great lineage of storytellers and of taking technology, like we see here, and really trying to move the audience, inspire them, take them on a journey in a unique way.
So when you're conceptualizing a new, like you come to CES, is there anything in particular you're looking for when you see something, like or is it just kind of like you happen upon something and then it clicks and you get a light bulb moment? It's
both. I think, you know, everything here that's taking place is a source of great opportunity for me.
Right.
Not only robotics, but you know, we do magic in our show with a cell phone, the internet. We combine digital innovation that I might see here and you might see here with kind of analog things.
Right.
And that's what hopefully will be amazing to people who are thinking in this mindset. You know, we'll take things that happen on your cell phone and combine it with magical technology so that it becomes amazing for even you folks.
Have you found that like people are more difficult to be amazed? It feels like so much of technology does these incredible things now that people just, are the expectations higher, or is it just kind of different?
I think they are higher, certainly. You know, years ago, James Cameron came out with what was the underwater? They came out with the Abyss, and the technology was having these kind of globule, amazing CGI things, and everybody turned to me and said, "We're dead. We're not, it's not going to be easy anymore." You know, and friends of mine who worked on Jurassic Park, when they saw all the people that do robotic things, saw all the dinosaurs running down things, said, "Oh my God, our life is over." But it's not over. It really pushed us to do things to kind of change our game and push the envelope. And you know, you'll see in our show right now, I'm doing things with giant dinosaurs, with spaceships and time travel, things that were not part of the vernacular of magic, you know, and really trying to move it forward, but really taking things that exist here and combining it with psychology and low tech together. So it's high tech and low tech together, and it's really quite wonderful.
As an aside to that question, do you feel like the rise of the internet and the free flow of information provides a similar sort of challenge? So tomorrow I can go on YouTube and I can search, how does David Copperfield do X, Y, or Z? Do you find is that something you do every morning after the show to make sure that no one's sort of exposing you?
Well, it's at first it's horrible, isn't it? You know, it's a really horrible thing, the fact that it's so accessible. But I've got people creating things for the internet that are false explanations for things. So when you Google a lot of how does David Copperfield do things, you're going to find actually my work of false explanations of things. When I was a kid, there was I loved Mad Magazine. Remember Mad Magazine? It's wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
And Mad Magazine had the Mad Book of Magic, and it was this great book of all these things that could never work. You know, you could, cut your finger off, and you have a doctor sewing it back on. Putting it on the table. All these fake kind of over-the-top comedy methods of things. I do the same thing, but not so, almost semi-possible.
Okay.
And whenever we create magic, Chris is very instrumental in the creation of things. We've got a gentleman named Homer Lewag, who's my co-director in the show, and we will take 3 years to come up with one single thing, because we'll have multiple methods, not just fake methods, but real methods. So if somebody goes in the press and really exposes something that ends up being real, we can keep the illusion and change the method of what we do. So it's a real interesting game that we have to play now that we are in this world.
But also there's a positive side for that for magic, I think, as well. In terms of new magicians, we were talking about how that sharing of information can also be a benefit for magic.
It is a double-edged sword, certainly. We're in the secrecy business, we're in the wonder business, but there's so much accessibility to ideas and information. It's a wonderful, glorious thing, but it's also something that we have to kind of protect as well, because we're trying to protect the wonder while keep the art form moving forward. So it's an interesting challenge, And every single creation of a new illusion, I mean, Chris will tell you, it's really, I call it glorious torture. Every day we're really, we're going to try something new in the show tonight, Every night this week, we're trying something a little bit different, changing and tweaking things to get it right. Listening to the audience, right now we have cameras on the audience, night vision cameras, and we review the tapes to see the emotional effect of the audience. Here at this convention now, a single camera can capture emotions of people. So it makes my job of having 10 cameras of low-tech cameras to make it a lot easier to see what people are thinking and feeling. So all that helps.
Okay, so I'm curious, Chris, I know making all of these new tricks, what is your role in this? Like, how do you and David work together when you're coming up with these new things?
Well, with something for David, normally it is usually a vision from David. So he'll say, I want to do the following, and he'll say, this is my idea for the actual effect. And then from there, we kind of work backwards and figure out the problem, because it's just a problem-solving situation. And the great thing about David is, he never, it's great and horrible for us at times, he never sways from his vision. So if he says, no, I want it to be like this, no, it has to be like this, it has to be like this, we can get this close to where it's super great, but he'll push us and himself, it's not just us, he'll push that to the limit, and we'll make it really great, which is why the show is like it is.
Right.
And we constantly change, constantly. It's never, oh, it's good, it's in the show, let's leave it there, it works, the joke's funny, or the thing's right, or the effect works. It's constantly, what can we do better? That's what we always hear that.
Yeah.
What can I do to make, we were talking about it last night, he says, what can I do to make this better? What can we do to make this better? This has to be better.
And it's painful. It's not so easy, to watch this stuff. And
Late night calls, a lot of late night phone calls.
Yeah.
But I think for us, I get a lot of peace by listening to people from Pixar, for example.
Okay.
Ed Catmull wrote a wonderful book and has been giving speeches about how they push the people at Pixar to make it better and better and better. And I'd say we kind of look at that and go, okay. He talks about making things suck less through
Right.
time, and I really live that. We all live that all the time because you want it to be really, really right, and
Yeah.
it's hard today.
Is there, since you kind of are constantly moving forward, do you ever find yourself looking at stuff you've done in the past for inspiration to do tweaks, or is it like once it's done, you're done with it forever?
I think, when things worked after a while, you gain strength for knowing you went through the same process. When you're a kid, you think that once you do something really, really hard, that you know all the answers. And you realize that every single time it's hard. It's ridiculous hard.
Yeah.
And it's true, again, the Pixar example is a great example because they've done genius work, but every single time, they're back to ground zero,
Right.
and that's exactly what we go through every time. Yeah.
Do you find yourself in this process when you're sort of trying to invent new tricks or illusions, you're actually inventing technology yourself because you're building like a platform, and is that something you can then use? Is this stuff maybe you're using that you invented, I don't know, in the 80s, but you've readapted it and reconfigured it, iterated it every year?
Sometimes it's true. I draw so much inspiration from all of the geniuses that are here, but in the process of reinventing it, we end up with stuff that is new technology, where the creators of really new technology. I try to hold on to that technology and not have you guys get it for a while. Eventually,
Right.
5 years from now, it'll become accessible. This guy invented the first smart home. I have a door in the museum, which was the first door that was with electromagnets, and it would say entree, it'd have his name, and the door would open with a push of a button. Well, that was a miracle. That was a trick back then. Now the whole place is smart homes.
Right.
It's the intelligence of that. It was a magic trick to start. The cinema was a magic effect to start. So I have a responsibility that maybe in the process of what we're doing, that we can do something that will be useful in everyone's home after I get to enjoy it for a while.
Right.
And this guy invented the first electric clock. Amazing. So.
Are there sort of some really big core key technologies over the history of magic I'm talking about? So maybe there's 3 or 4 things that have really made magic pivot and into like a new direction and open up what is possible.
Well, I think electromagnetism, the automatons, the automatons were the rage, was the cell phone in Robert Houdin's time. He took that and a lot of other magicians who were doing chess-playing automatons and so forth, and combined it with our kind of magic. So taking what was the cool cell phone back then and combining it with an operator, a secret hidden operator that was making that game of chess impossible, because how do you have a machine actually playing chess with people?
Right.
But it was using my kind of technology, our kind of technology, combined with your kind of technology at the time. The cinema certainly was a magic effect. Smart homes, things that were was something that is now part of our life, but it was something that made people go, wow, that was amazing. In our show, I'm using applications where magic is happening on people's wrists, on wristbands, in the middle of the audience, changing to everyone in the audience, happening in their cell phones. So when they leave the theater, magic will happen in their cell phones when they leave. So the experience isn't just in the theater. The magic is alive outside the theater.
Yeah.
So we're really trying to, and we have effects now where magic classically is on the stage, or a close-up or on the stage. We have magic happening over people's heads in the theater. We're still perfecting it, but it's like, changing even the relationship to the audience. And that's technology.
Yeah. I'm really interested to hear a little bit about kind of because you said you use both analog and kind of more modern digital technologies. Do you find it usually starts with one or the other, or you just kind of see the pieces fitting together as you're formulating kind of the illusion in your mind?
It all, like Chris was explaining, the process is, really what do you want the audience to experience first, What is the feeling or the emotion, or where haven't they gone yet? Where hasn't the audience gone yet? Just like in the cinema today, they're trying to say, what can we do to our audience to really give them a feeling that's new? For me, my job is to do that on stage. And sometimes the inspiration will come from seeing a method or a technology, and the illusion will come from that. But a lot of times it'll come from a desired effect, an effect that you want, and you'll search for a solution. And the solution might be in that booth over there. It may be in that booth. Sometimes that's why it takes years to eventually do things, to find the possible solution to solve the problem. You agree?
Yeah. Well, it's also like we had an illusion that the cloth vanished, where you search for the music for 3 years.
And I wouldn't put it in the show because the music wasn't right. You know what I'm saying?
It had to be just perfect, and that was like the final piece. And when it came, and it was like instantly done.
So how did you discover the music? What was the criteria that you were looking for?
You don't know. You don't. It's like a feeling. It's
Yeah.
when you get it right, and it's because I really try to make my magic a storytelling vehicle, an emotional vehicle. So unless things are exactly right, we've been guilty of putting a placeholder in the show. You know what I'm saying? Just to see how it works. But it's very uncomfortable until it's really, really right.
Yeah. I know the feeling. All right. Well, I think that's all that we have time for. Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, Chris. James, I could take it or leave it, but whatever. I'm just kidding.
I agree.
Anyway, that's all we have time for now. Stay tuned. We've got more coming live from the Engadget stage in a few minutes. Thanks, y'all.
welcome to CES. Here at CES, Toyota released their concept car for 2030 called Concept I. So today we're going to dive into the design of it. We're going to talk about how it became what it became, and if you haven't seen it, you have to go check it out. My name is Luria Petrucci. I've got Ian Cardibiano here. He is the studio chief designer at Calti, which is a subsidiary of Toyota, and he led the design for this car. Ian, it's amazing. First of all, it's beautiful, it's sleek, it's futuristic, yet it's really inviting. I find I want to be its friend. So.
Well, thanks for that, and hello, everybody. Yeah, actually, the Toyota Concept I was our vision of what is Toyota driving going to be in the year 2030. So it's funny because at one point that sounds really far away, but it's actually only 13 years away.
Is it only 13 years away? I didn't do the calculation, but it does sound far away.
Yeah, so, technology is really rapidly changing, as we all know here. But what does that mean for the driving experience? And for the past couple of years, there's been a lot of experimentation on what does autonomous driving do for design. So we really wanted to challenge the current direction of thinking and to do something newer, more creative, and you kind of hit the nail on the head. Something that's more warm, friendly, engaging, and just like technology that still looks like it had the human touch.
And I think you did a wonderful job at it. I mean, it does look very futuristic, but it does have, I can see where you're going with this relationship between the driver and the car itself, which, I mean, we've always had a relationship with our cars, but, I think you're taking it a step further, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because, we use the smartphone or tablets every day. It's a part of our life, but our relationship with the car is fundamentally different. It's more personal, it's more passionate. The car represents in some ways who we are. It's also kind of a therapy zone when you're going home from work.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so how do we increase that connection and reignite the love for driving and the love for cars in a world where autonomous automation is changing the way mobility is actually working? So we actually did something different with this design process. Now, in the car business, in the design side, we usually start from the outside in. So we usually, after we come up with our concept, we do the outer styling, and then the interior styling starts. Then we do the user experience and the graphics, maybe if we have time. But for this project, we did two different things. First of all, we discussed philosophy of futurism for about 4 to 5 months. So we actually talked a lot before anybody started sketching. And then once we came up with our design philosophy...
Hold on, before you move on, 4 to 5 months of talking?
Yeah, actually we had thousands of Post-it notes. We actually made this 200-page PowerPoint of what does this car mean. And we needed to get the story right to make sure that our direction was different. And the one thing we didn't want to do is we didn't want to make another smartphone on wheels. We didn't want to do just another metal box that you get in, you get shut off from society, you just sit in a seat and you get transported from point A to point B. We're here to say that driving is still a key element of our concept and still important. We're a car company, and driving is still fun. So how can autonomous driving be fun? So design keyword we came up with was kinetic warmth. So kinetic is the feeling of motion, feeling of liveliness and energy. And warmth is that feeling that, again, that was art made by the human hand. And something just warm, intriguing, inviting, and friendly. And then,
I like that phrase.
And then, talking about the design process, not only did the designers weren't allowed to sketch until we got the story straight, but once we did, we actually changed up the process 180. We designed this car from the inside out. So we actually used our design phrase and designed the AI system. In this case, for the show, we're calling our AI UE. And it's a very simple and universal and kind of endearing technology. But we started with the UX and the AI and worked our way out.
So you have been, your history, you have designed a lot of cars, both actual production models and concepts. So you're saying this is different. Has that ever been done before?
Well, it might have been, but for us, it's a totally new process, and it actually allowed us to change up the form language thinking and the architecture, and how does AI actually influence design language. And it was really interesting what happened, because we wanted to make the UX, the AI, communicate not only between the driver and car, but between driver, passenger, and UE. And
You got to take into consideration the passengers too, huh?
Yeah, there's passengers. The car seats 4 people comfortably. That's also key. But also communicating with other cars and pedestrians. So what does that mean? Well, UE travels around the interior of the car to communicate visually and through language and through light and sound to communicate internally, but it also can jump from the inside of the car to the outside of the car to basically help with safety or to give like a nice charming message that you walk up to the car.
So to put this into perspective, on the outside, if you haven't seen Concept Eye, on the outside on the side of the car and on the back of the car, there are actual like LED displays, right? That display words, messages like hello, goodbye, watch out, that kind of thing, right?
And not only that, the headlamps also we gave the headlamp a character. So it's not just, it is a functioning light, but it actually is used to create a humanistic expression to get you to feel a bond with this car. So you walk up to the car knows that you're approaching because you already have this connection. The headlamps seem to come alive. That lighting you were talking about, we worked really hard to embed that lighting behind the paint. So all the writing, the graphics, and the lighting seems to come out of nowhere, kind of a magical expression. You walk up to the car, the headlamps come alive. It actually winks at you like, hey man, it's like the fist bump when you come up to the car.
Oh no, I left you hanging there.
Boom. And then hello will flash across the door, greeting you. The doors open, you get in. Through your biometric feedback, Concept Eye and UE recognizes who you are and changes its UX system to basically communicate with you one-on-one.
Okay, can I ask you a question here? Because that seems like a lot of fancy stuff. Is it necessary? Is it a drain of power? You know, obviously this is a concept, right? So we're dealing with a conceptual idea here. But is it necessary?
You know, I think, this type of automation, this autonomy, contextual information is so seamless now, and it's not coming, it's here, and it's just going to keep getting more and more seamless and more integrated into our lifestyle. So we kind of think 10 years from now, this stuff is just expected. So knowing that, how are you going to become more comfortable with that? We don't want technology to be intimidating, or we didn't want our AI to be scary. Really, we wanted something that you felt good working with, because our UX system truly is a partner. It's a partner, and when you first get the car, it's like meeting a friend for the first time. The UE doesn't know much about me. I don't know much about the car, but as the days, months, and years goes by, it learns from you, and you actually kind of learn from the car, and how that can manifest itself is one interesting way. When you're really good friends with somebody, sometimes they're really in a talkative mood and you want to share a lot of information. Sometimes you just want to chill out.
Absolutely.
And you don't want to say anything. But there's still a need for communication, so it can actually adjust to your mood or your personality, or to actually different drivers and different passengers, and communicate in different ways based on your emotional state or your physical state or even your personality. So we think that type of connection and the fact that we made the car really just feel warm, friendly, and beautiful, and that we made UE very simple and animated. We didn't go crazy with robot heads or any of that stuff. And if you put all those together, we think that you're going to feel really good about being a partner with this type of technology. And I really hope and I think it's going to lead to a really great driving experience.
All right, so that's kind of the concept and where you think mobility is heading, right?
Yeah.
And so, how much of that do you think is actually heading there by 2030? I mean, you kind of answered that, but like, do you feel like some of it's kind of far-fetched?
Well, it is a concept car, and sometimes it's good to push boundaries, and we need to dream a little bit.
It's the only way we get anywhere, right?
Yeah, so as designers, we're always pushing the bounds of what's comfortable. So I imagine a lot of people might look at concept I and go, that's kind of weird, or I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that. But 10 years ago, if I would have told you you would have had a mega computer in your pocket, that you would be sharing everything you do at every second of the day with the entire world, you would have said, no way. That I would never do that, but here we are. Everybody's here taking selfies, posting it instantly. But so things are changing rapidly. What I don't think is going to change is the need for mobility. We're going to need to be driving. I don't think the passion for driving is ever going to disappear. There are times for full automation. There's times for driving. There's definitely a market for ride share.
Yeah.
But still the ability to go where you want to go, when you want to go, with who you want to go with, I think is key to our lives, and it will be, and no matter what the powertrain is. But that feeling of freedom it's innate, and I think it's part of what driving is, and we're a mobility company, and we want to make that mobility fun to drive, ultimately totally 100% safe, and just use technology to improve your daily life.
Absolutely. All right, so what was the most challenging part of this entire design?
Most challenging part of the design was coming up with the UX concept. Because, that's kind of outside our wheelhouse. Yeah, because, in the beginning, we have a really cool character. We have a Key Robo. Maybe you've seen it in Japan.
Yeah, I have.
And it's this really adorable, tiny little robot. And it has facial expressions, and it communicates and talks with you. But what's beyond that? So we started with 3D heads, like robot heads and holograms and glowing orbs. But after just trial error, we went back to basic human nature, and we went back to the drawing. So we made our AI character basically a simple 2D animated object. It's an outer ring and an inner circle, and circles aren't new, right? It's nothing too revolutionary about that.
I don't think you can invent anything actually new, right?
But it's the way it works together. So actually the outer ring, philosophically, is the body of Yui, and the inner circle is the soul. And sounds far-fetched, but why is that important? Because Yui has to travel around the car, outside the car, and it's always going to need a home. So the center of the dashboard is the home. That ring always stays active. Yui travels around, and it always comes back to the home. But also the interaction between the inner circle and the outer ring, it creates this lively and simple animation that's a little bit charming and endearing. We actually used, it's called the 12 Rules of Animation to turn an inanimate object alive. It was developed back in the 1930s. And so it's a little bit fun, but the fact that it's visual and it's voice, and you can customize the voice whatever you want.
And you can call it whatever you want, right?
And you can call it whatever you want. We actually chose Yui because in Japanese, Yui basically, roughly translated to English, it's one-on-one communication.
Oh, interesting. I hadn't heard that.
And it's UI. So,
there you go.
So it's
you,
double meaning.
It's
but
Y-U-I,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So we thought that type of character was really important, and that's actually what we spent almost the most time on. But once we decided that, and how Yui would travel around the car, and the fact that the car had to look warm and sculptural and beautiful, then the form language kind of came from that, and then we were able to focus on the details. And I hope you guys all get to see the car up close.
Who's seen it? There we go.
All right, 50%. That's good. You can't miss it. It's the bright white car in the black room. But there's a lot of really beautiful detailing on it. So it does look simple and sculptural, but when you get up close, there's a lot of elements that are a lot like jewelry. because that type of warm human-made aspect it's a different way to approach technology.
Yeah.
And I talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
We don't want to make a metal box that's totally cold and sterile and robotic. I would really think the future of driving is fun, technology can be beautiful, and advanced AI can still have the human touch, because the driver is always going to be in control, the driver is always in charge, and it's a different way to approach this type of vehicle.
I love it. That's an awesome look at kind of how it came to be. I love the visual imagery of like thousands of Post-its all over the place. Post-it must love you.
It looks cool. I took a photo of that, and it was my screensaver for a little bit, just to remind me, like, this is pretty crazy, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see that picture one day. Ian, thank you so much for kind of
My
giving
pleasure.
us a background into this. And again, if you haven't seen it, it's definitely worth taking a look at, because it's just it's very futuristic. Yet again, what they did was kind of bring it back to a relationship between you and your car in a much deeper way than we have even today. So thank you again. Fantastic job at that.
Thank you.
If you guys have any questions, feel free to use the hashtag ToyotaCES and enjoy the rest of CES. Thank you for being here.
Bye.
Good morning, welcome back to the Engadget stage live here at CES. I'm James True. I'm joined once again by GoPro's CEO and founder, Nicholas Woodman.
Thanks for having me.
How's it going?
It's going CES, it's going great.
You sound a little croaky. Have you been enjoying Vegas?
I've been talking to you so much here at CES.
Oh, just me backstage, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so literally we spoke exactly 12 months ago on this very stage. It's been an interesting year for GoPro, a big year in many ways. Let's start with something pretty easy, I think. Let's start with Hero 5, which I think was a very important camera for you.
Yeah, Hero 5 is far and away not only the best GoPro we've made in terms of image quality and convenience. It's the most seamless and contemporary GoPro we've ever made in the sense that it auto-uploads your content to the cloud when it's charging. And that really eliminates the problem of accessing and enjoying all the content that you shoot with a GoPro, which is the whole point of having a GoPro, is to capture interesting experiences, enjoy that content, and share with other people. And before Hero 5, your content was stuck on your SD card. You had to sit down at your computer and sift through it, and it was really like homework for people. And now, with cloud syncing GoPros, accessing your content is as easy as pulling out your smartphone, launching the GoPro Quick app, and checking out all the cool content that's now in the cloud, and then in a couple minutes you can make a great edit, share it, and move on with your life. So with Hero 5, GoPro is finally contemporary, and you can use it in a similar fashion using a smartphone, which is what our customers expect from us.
And I know that software is a big part of Hero 5. So you've got a camera that does all like, you can speak to it to tell it to do things. GoPro, take a photo, all this stuff. But also a lot of software you're talking about in the cloud, but you've also got your new apps. So Capture, Quick, they seem to be a big part of the process too.
Yeah. I mean, the Capture app is for controlling your GoPro, and it's really the GoPro app of old. We renamed it Capture and updated it. But the real software story for GoPro customers is our Quick app, which lets you, no pun intended, very quickly produce and edit. And in fact, you don't even have to do any editing, because all you have to do is go into your camera roll or into your cloud account and select the photos and videos that you want to incorporate into an edit. And Quick will actually auto-generate an edit for you as a rough draft. And for a lot of people, that is enough. The algorithms in the app do a fantastic job of identifying highlight moments and creating a great edit for you. But if you want to make it a bit more bespoke and take over a little bit more control, the app lets you do that. And the name says it all. Quick is the quickest way to create and share video with your GoPro.
So we'll shift gears a little bit and move on to something, obviously a big talking point for you this year, which is Karma. Like, it was a big release for you guys. It was long coming in the process. We were all pretty excited about it. We all know that you've had some challenges with that. Do you want to, first of all, maybe explain what the challenges were, what you've discovered, what you've learned?
Yeah, I think the world, the world that is paying attention to GoPro anyway, was expecting the Karma issue to be something much more complex than it really was. We had a mechanical failure with a latch that holds the battery in place, and that when Karma was flying, the vibration would cause, on a small number of units, would cause the battery to back out of the drone just a few millimeters, and that was enough to cut the power. And so in some sense it's embarrassing, because we really should have caught this, but in another sense it's a very easy fix, and I think it's dispels the myth that there was some complex aspect of developing drones that our teams couldn't figure out. I'm really proud of what our development teams have built in Karma. I mean, it is the perfect flying handheld and wearable stabilization solution for GoPro community, and their reaction to it at launch and your reaction to it as media when you reviewed it was phenomenal. So we're really excited to get Karma out back in the market as quickly as we can. Because
I reviewed the drone, I enjoyed flying it, but I felt like there was a certain element of, if you go on comments, for example, from other people's things, I felt like you guys were getting grilled and getting a bit of a hard time, maybe from hardcore drone people. And why do you think that sort of response was sort of being generated for something which has essentially got positive reviews before, obviously, the battery incident?
Well, I think that look, the drone category is totally new, and before Karma, every drone was just a drone, and Karma, a drone is one aspect of what Karma is. Yes, it helps you capture aerial footage with your GoPro, but importantly, the gimbal can be removed from Karma and you can plug it into the included grip and use it as a handheld stabilizer. And then you can also mount that stabilizer using a GoPro accessory. You can wear it, you can mount it to capture traditional GoPro perspectives, and everything is stabilized as it would be in a Hollywood production. And that's really what we focused on for Karma as the value prop, was this versatility. It's as versatile as a GoPro camera itself. It's not just about being a drone, because aerial footage gets a little old after a while. You need to mix it up, and GoPro's all about mixing it up. And I think some people got a little bit confused and thinking, oh, well, it doesn't have some of the features we would expect in the ultimate drone. And what we say to them is, well, we're not trying to build the ultimate drone. We're trying to build the best stabilization and drone solution for a GoPro customer. There are other drones out there for people who want the bleeding edge performance, maximum drone feature set. But that's, other people are building drones for those customers. We're building drones for the GoPro community.
So, bringing this forward, you recently talked about how you'll have an update on Karma in February. So what are the next steps forward? So either between now and February, and how are we coming out from this?
What was the last?
How are we coming out with this? What's next for Karma, basically?
Well, Karma is a platform that we can build upon and we can expand. We have several software updates planned for it to increase its feature set and functionality and its performance. So just as with a GoPro camera, where we release firmware updates over the life of the camera to improve it and add new features, we'll be doing the same for Karma as well. And that's something our customers should look forward to. So if you were excited about Karma at launch, you're going to be even more excited about it when we relaunch it.
Right, because I was going to say, the drone world moves really fast, like really fast. It iterates, so it's very easy to lose a step, I guess. Now, obviously, you've had to recall Karma. You're all set for a relaunch, but you've got to make it exciting again for those people. I know you guys like to sort of add in a little trick here and there. So can you give us a hint about how you're thinking about approaching that?
I can't say any more than I've said, but the industry does move quickly. But as we've learned in camera, versatility, at least in the GoPro community, versatility is the most important aspect of using a GoPro, and the most important aspect of capturing the more active moments in your life. You do not want to just capture the same perspective over and over and over again. And we think that the ability to use Karma in so many different ways, whether it's aerial, handheld, or mounted and body worn, that is a value proposition that only GoPro offers. And we think it's going to be one that's going to still be exciting Karma when we relaunch it.
So you guys are very much still in the drone game. It's all you're all going forward. You're looking for more products. You're going to build on this platform.
Yeah, I mean, I just spent a few days over holiday skiing with my family, and I wore Karma grip every day on my GoPro Seeker backpack, and I was amazed at capturing footage like I think is just playing behind us there with a mountain biker. It is stunning how well GoPro products work now, and with voice control and your ability to hands-free capture your life. And Karma is remember, Karma's not just a drone, it's a stabilization platform for GoPro. And it is stunning how well it works, and it's going to be a big part of the future of GoPro. So we are 1,000% committed, not only stabilization, but also the drone aspect of that.
So I think we're unfortunately even coming up to we're sort of running out of time already. Tell me succinctly, 2017, what are the big things for you this year beyond Karma? So tell us about what 2017 is going to store for you.
One of the big initiatives for us is improving the seamlessness between a GoPro and a smartphone. and helping our customers just more easily access their content and quickly create an edit and then move on. We recognize that our hardware products, our cameras, our stabilizers, our drones, our accessories, they're all sexy, they're all fun to play with, but really the reason why our customers buy our products is not for those things. They buy it for this great story that they're going to be able to share. So 2017 is all about leveraging the smartphone and the seamless nature of offloading content from your GoPro to your smartphone, and then leveraging the tail out of our app Quick to auto-generate edits for our customers and just blow them away by how quickly they can get to that story and share it. That's critical to us in 2017.
And just very quickly, let's talk about VR. I know you guys, your thumb's in a few pies there. So how much of a role is VR, virtual reality, or VR video, 360 video, going to play for you guys there at GoPro?
That's also going to be a big part of GoPro's future. And when you think of a spherical camera, it's much more than VR. VR is just one way that you view footage captured with a spherical camera. And you can also imagine it as a phenomenal way to capture experiences where you literally have a GoPro lens pointed in every single direction, and you don't have to play that back as VR. You can also play that back as a normal video, and you can imagine the editing that you're doing of a spherical capture where you're with your phone as you're viewing it in playback, you're reshooting it in a sense, and you're recording your phone's movements to create a traditional non-VR video that you can share with somebody, but you reframed it with your phone and then sent that reframed recording to somebody. So it really becomes the ultimate GoPro in a sense. And so if I'm saying that this is ultimately the ultimate GoPro, you can imagine our focus and dedication on it.
Excellent. Well, it sounds pretty exciting. First of all, thank you very much for joining us here on stage. It's always a pleasure. Maybe we can have you again back next year and you can tell us about all of that.
Let's make it a tradition.
No worries. Thank you, Nick. Right, stay tuned with Engadget's live stage. We'll be back with more goodness from CES.
I'm too hungry. Hungry? Why don't you make yourself a sandwich? Sounds like you need a canwich. Whoa.
Now comes with extended shelf life. Cool.
We love beer. And the only thing better than beer is beer fresh out of the tap. WayTap uses science to give you the true flavor of your favorite beer. Insert any can or bottle. Pull the tap for beer. Push for foam. Creamy, smooth foam like you've never tasted. Better foam means better taste. Better looks, better body, better aroma, a better way to pour it, to sip it, and to share it. So let's celebrate beer. The brewmasters who make it, the folks who harvest the ingredients, the legacy of craftsmanship, and the journey that beer ignites.
We're the creators of GoCubes, gummy coffee bites. And GoCubes are awesome because they blend the yumminess of coffee with the snackability and convenience of gummy bears and the science and effectiveness of nootropics or brain enhancers. Tell me about your perfect cup of coffee.
I like the way it tastes. I like the way it makes me feel.
Well, I like having it with me at all times.
I love going on coffee dates.
I can stay alert when I'm picking up my kids
When I'm driving. I like coffee when it's cold outside. I like it when it's hot outside.
This is ideal.
Oh my god.
Mamma mia, perfecto.
GoCubes are gummy coffee bites for energy and clarity on the go.
Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Ron.
And our idea starts here. Back in the 70s, we used to lug around these large amps and drink a lot of beer, and little did we know that in the future somebody would put those ideas together, a beer can speaker. With a 1/4-inch adapter, you can plug into a guitar. When you strum, it senses guitar and turns up the volume for face-melting solos. And we've added an auxiliary jack for daisy chaining or using your own cord. This thing is amazing. You can use it anywhere. It'll work with any device with a headphone jack as well as musical instruments. MP3 players, smartphones, tablets, laptops, electric guitars, keyboards. You can use it with Pandora, Netflix, Hulu, YouTube, and the list goes on.
Reuse it for music.
Hi, I'm Anthony.
And I'm Luke.
And we are the creators of Torch, the universal coat heater.
What makes Torch so special is that it's thin and flexible enough to be installed in almost any coat, and it transfers between coats in seconds.
The Torch unit comes with the Torch coat heater itself, a battery, a charger, and multiple installation kits.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Engadget stage. I am Terrence O'Brien. I'm joined over on the far left by
Matt Smith, senior editor. Sorry.
Stepping all over me, buddy.
Get out of my way, I'm on stage now.
But we are joined by David Mandelbrot from Indiegogo and Paul Petracca.
Phil Petracca.
Phil Petracca. Jesus.
Now
I'm
who's
done.
clubbing?
It's been a long week. I apologize. I even was like making sure I got the last name right before we came out here. I
definitely nailed the last
definitely
name.
nailed that, and then somehow screwed up the first name, which I knew beforehand. I am a terrible person. But we're kind of out here to talk a little bit about Indiegogo and crowdfunding and all that stuff. David, you took over this year. You're relatively new as CEO over there, right?
Yes, I've been CEO just about a year now. I've been CEO at Indiegogo for about a year. I'd been at the company for about 2.5 years before that, so about 3.5 years at Indiegogo now.
And how's the new position treating you? You doing okay over there?
It's so far so good, actually. And I will say it's amazing to be here at CES. A year in now, and see the impact that we have had on all these product entrepreneurs here.
Yeah. Have you found any favorites, any particular startup or crowdfunding favorites you've got to see on the floor that you've never seen before?
Yeah, there have been quite a few actually. This is actually the first time that I'll get to see the physics product actually used
It's
live.
not about the seeing, it's about the drinking though, right? That's what
I'm going to say it's about the seeing, it's largely about the drinking. Playdate is here. I don't know if people have seen
yes.
Playdate, the interactive ball that lets you play with your pet while you're remote. Is actually quite an exciting product that you can see at our booth. There's dozens of products at our booth from entrepreneurs on Indiegogo that are really wonderful to see.
And I mean, it's pretty interesting for us at Engadget as well, because we've been following crowdfunding projects for years now, and then you see them just get bigger and bigger and more of them, and now they're covering all these different product categories that weren't even invented before, and it's kind of cool to see.
Yeah. You got like big plans for 2017 and any like changes you're looking to make?
Yeah, we've got what we're starting to see happen in 2017 is actually the results of a lot of things that we really focused on over the last year. So in 2017, we launched equity crowdfunding in November. So now backers of campaigns on Indiegogo can actually take an investment interest in those campaigns. We expect a lot of growth of that in 2017. We've also seen a lot of larger enterprises use Indiegogo for product validation, like companies like General Electric, which just launched a new campaign 3 days ago on Indiegogo. Companies like Whirlpool, Fisher-Price, big companies that are now using Indiegogo to launch products. And then, and the third thing is our partnerships are truly helping entrepreneurs get all the way from concept to market. Partnerships with companies like Arrow Electronics, Brookstone, which Phil, I think, could talk about. A number of partnerships that we formed that are really making it easier for entrepreneurs to go all the way from an idea in their head to a product in people's hands.
And poor Phil has been sitting here in silence this whole time. So
Sorry, Phil.
Why don't we jump to some demos here, because we did bring out a few products, and we are unfortunately, we don't have all the time in the world, and I kind of want to drink a little bit. So while Phil starts demoing this, can you tell us a little bit about some of the products we do have here?
Sure. So while Phil's getting set up, Phil's going to demonstrate physics, and Phil's the best person to talk about that. We also brought, sometimes people are here at CES, there's so much going on, you get a little bit famished.
That looks pretty good. There's a lot. That's what we call a Japanese pour.
These are Go Cubes. This was a product that launched on Indiegogo, I believe, last year. This is not technically a technology product, although it's a product that would be used by a lot of people in technology. These are chewable coffee cubes that actually both give you, amazingly, they actually give you the sort of acceleration of caffeine and also the relaxation of tea. Go Cubes. These are not just
This
a
is
great
my favorite.
product,
This
but,
is my favorite.
Is this your favorite?
Already.
This is the Canwich. It's actually a sandwich in a can. Canwich. It actually heats up in the can when you open it. The Canwich.
And we're going to be...
Terrence, is that you? That one? Canwich?
Yeah, I mean, we're clearly
going
going
to Canwich. Yeah,
we're all going to do this.
Terrence looks like a peanut butter and honey sandwich guy.
Yeah, I think so.
We're going to put that over near you over there.
It's gonna be interesting.
Right. First things first, though. Let's cheers. I think.
Cheers,
guys. Cheers. So this was. Is this Miller?
Yeah, so this is a bottle of Miller, and we're beer lovers, and we love the taste of draft beer. When you drink it out of a can or bottle, it doesn't quite taste the same. So what physics does, it improves the aroma, flavor, and gives it a rich, smooth, full bodiness. It pours the beer under pressure, and then we utilize sound waves to give you that ideal density microfoam.
I'm going to say that so much foam when you have a mustache and a beard on stage like this is probably a terrible idea.
I think it's really good to be live on stage doing interviews with a lot of beer stuck in your beard. Yeah,
It's good. It's what I'm going to be known for, I think, after this.
It tastes good. It's very much the foam that's the differentiator here, isn't it?
Yeah, so the aroma, which has a lot to do with flavor, comes derived from ester volatile compounds that are released to the foam. But what we do is we provide the ideal density utilizing sound waves. So the foam has a real drinkability to it. Tastes really rich, smooth, full body, what you would expect from an authentic draft beer.
I've actually checked this out before, not this particular model. You came through our offices in New York a couple of years ago, I guess now, like 2 years ago maybe?
Yeah, so last June we did our first campaign on Indiegogo, and it really gave us the ability to connect with an audience, really test the marketing message and pricing elasticity, and we've been running ever since.
Yeah. And so what's the difference between this newer model and the one you guys brought through last time?
So the newer model, this is really the first product from a design collaborative with Frog Ventures. We're a portfolio company, and this really hits a lower price point. Aesthetically, it's much more visually appealing. The first one is really a proof of concept of the technology, and it's portable. It's $129, and it looks great on your countertop, and it makes beer taste awesome.
Yeah. The thing I compared it to when I first tried it was it's kind of like almost like a faux nitro tap kind of thing.
So we hear that a lot. Nitrogen. Guinness is world renowned for their foam. And utilize nitrogen, but nitrogen on a stout or a porter works well, but on a lager like we're drinking now or an IPA, doesn't taste so good.
Yeah,
I think I noticed as you poured it, you had a little special spout to kind of give that foamy head hit right at the end, right?
Yeah, so you'll pull forward to dispense the beer, and we're not sucking the beer up, we're actually pressurizing the whole canister and pouring on the pressure. Then you push the handle backwards, we utilize sound waves to give that ideal density microfoam.
Oh, and we're drinking beer before midday,
yeah.
so...
2 days in a row for me.
How much time do we have up here with the beer? Like 4 hours?
Yeah, we're just going to just lean back and just keep drinking the beer.
Guys, this is actually my favorite part of CES right here.
Well, I'm going to balance this out. I'm going to pick up the Go Cubes, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Chewable coffee. Do I have a volunteer?
I was going to let you go first.
Okay. We haven't got much time, so how
one.
about I will do the summary testing for everyone.
Okay. Should I start working my way through one of these canwiches? Okay, we're gonna do double this. All right. Hang on. So, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit nervous about eating a sandwich in a can.
So yeah, if you're joining us, Terrence is about to tuck into a delicious candwich. It's peanut butter and honey, and as he opens the can, it should heat up.
Oh wait, actually, I'm less afraid about this. This might be okay.
Okay, brilliant. And I am going to try.
I don't know if this one's actually supposed to heat up.
Well, you just gotta go. Go for it.
I might have to make a sandwich on stage, which is going to be interesting.
1 second.
So yeah, we've got basically a hot dog bun and peanut butter and honey from Justin's, which if you guys have never had Justin's peanut butter and honey, is some good stuff. This is a staple of my backpacking trips. So quite familiar with this. I'm actually pretty okay with it. Canwich is a win for me right now. Apparently, Matt thinks the cubes are okay.
It's pretty nice. Yeah, it tastes like a candy sweet. But then as I chewed, I was like, that's a lot of coffee.
Yeah. It is a lot of coffee.
I think Matt just had half a shot right there. Coffee right
Apparently
there.
one of the packets of 4 cubes consists of 2 cups of coffee.
Oh Jesus! Wow. I do not need that. I don't need that much caffeine here. Putting enough in my body otherwise. So we've got 3 different edible products on this stage, though, in a way. So this is, when crowdfunding first kind of became big, it seemed like it was all about like technology products and maybe like art projects and stuff. Is this like a new emerging trend now? Like people are starting to move towards like consumable goods?
We are definitely seeing that. Products related to things that we consume, food products, are becoming much more popular on Indiegogo. What we're starting to see with in large part because of our platform, is that entrepreneurs that have had creative ideas in technology, but also in a lot of other areas, are actually starting to use our platform as a way to launch their product, gauge market interest, refine what they're doing, and ultimately get a product out to market.
Are there limitations on what you can crowdfund on Indiegogo? Like, are there like stipulations?
You know, we try to maintain as much of an open platform as possible, but at the same time really let backers know about the risks. So you can actually go ahead and raise funds on Indiegogo before you even have a prototype, but we do require you to disclose that to users and let them know exactly where you are so that our backers that get behind your campaign are aware of the risks.
And there's no limitations on like the type of products you can do.
There are no limitations on the type of products as long as they're legal.
Okay.
You can't.
One of the things I was curious about, it was fairly recently that Kickstarter finally decided to start letting like sex toys and stuff like that on their site, but that's something you've allowed from day one.
We have allowed sex toys from day one.
Is that a personal?
I have allowed sex toys. No, we. It's actually very consistent with our philosophy. We feel like, you know, a big reason that Indiegogo was founded was that we felt like it wasn't right that venture capitalists or others are sort of gatekeepers to what can actually be developed. And it's our feeling that we shouldn't be either. The sex toy industry is a perfectly valid industry. There's no reason that individuals that have innovative ideas in that industry shouldn't be able to actually fund their products on Indiegogo and launch them the same way people in more mainstream industries can.
That's right. Everyone has a right to fund their own projects. That's why we're going to play a game on stage.
We're gonna get
of crowdfunding toys.
So, as long as you're game for it, we trolled the depths of Indiegogo looking for things that basically nobody has seen before and have gotten almost no attention.
There are many, many, many products on Indiegogo.
There's at this point, actually, your website thinks I'm a robot. Every time I visit Indiegogo, it makes me fill out a CAPTCHA because I spent so much time just like plowing through projects.
Trolling the depths.
All right, our systems are working.
Yes. So
correct, I think, yeah.
We pulled a couple of projects, we boiled it down to really pithy pitches, and then we came up with a couple of ideas of our own and wrote them up. And we want to see if you can actually identify the ones that are real Indiegogo projects and the ones that are us being jackasses.
I think you can both play along, of course. I'd like to hear both of your opinions.
Feel free to chime in.
Although, he was sitting next to us while we were filling out these cards. He might have a better idea.
Yeah.
My new best friend, Phil, over here.
Don't embarrass me, Phil. Don't embarrass me.
So, all right. Enjoy a truly luxurious candle burning experience. Our candles have made of sustainable soy wax, perfume-grade oils, and filled with 100% real gold and silver bars. No games, real gold and silver. Real or fake?
It's catchy, I'll give it that.
Real.
Ridiculous.
You are right. That is bullion candles. These are candles filled with actual real gold and silver.
I'd like to take another spin of the wheel.
I'm not entirely sure why they exist, but hey, good for them.
This is probably a good one for Phil. You can go up next. Bottle flipping has gotten out of control over the last year. Cut back on waste and avoid driving parents even crazier with a reusable bottle and target that's fun for all ages. Take bottle flipping to the next level. Level.
That's interesting. I'm going to go with fake on that one.
It's real.
That is an actual thing.
Now you have to leave the stage.
I believe that product is called Target Flip.
Target Flip, yep. And pretty much the pitch is on spot.
Yeah.
It's a plastic hollow bottle that you can flip. It's still looking for funding.
Yeah. All right. Have your stomach bacteria given up on life? Repopulate your gut with our DIY fecal matter transplant kit. All you need is a little help and some poop from your friends.
I'm going to regret saying this, but I'm really hoping that it is fake.
It is. That is just us being a bunch of jackasses.
And saying poop on stage.
Now, to be fair, this is apparently something that people do actually do, but it is frowned upon and not, I do not believe, endorsed legally. So
something tells me in 15 minutes that's going to be up on Indiegogo.
I will say, because many campaigners have been approaching us, you know, here at the CES show. To my knowledge, we do not have anything in our terms of use that bar campaigns for the transfer of fecal matter from one person to the other.
So Somebody get on that.
Perfectly okay in our terms of use. Entrepreneurs out there, get busy. Get busy.
I'll go up next.
Phil again?
Yeah, Phil, you ready? Come on.
Come on, Phil. You're turning it around.
Even here.
Yeah. Let your dog exercise and do his business without ever leaving the house. This combination treadmill and VR headset lets your pet experience the great outdoors from the comfort of your living room. And the detachable collection tray makes cleanup a snap.
It sounds like an awesome product, but the feasibility, I'm going to say fake on that one.
It is fake. It's an indie no-no.
Back to
Indie
zero.
no-no.
All right.
Back to zero.
You had to break that out, huh?
Indie, go. Nice.
All right.
I think this is the final question. So
Oh, no.
Maybe we'll ask.
I got a chance. Okay.
Tired of problematic customers dragging your hotel's name through the mud? Our TripAdvisor in reverse serves as a strong deterrent for nightmare guests, saving millions of dollars.
Ooh, interesting. I'm going real.
You are right. That is Who's Your Guest? Which seems sort of weird for a hotel to be rating its customers, but sure.
Still also looking for funding.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure all of those are still looking for funding. And our dog VR treadmill will be looking for funding soon.
Will be available at CES 2018.
Yeah. So yeah, any other last thoughts or products you want to tell us about? Any highlights of CES?
Yeah, there's many. One of the things that's been really exciting for us here at CES to actually see the products in person has been all the products that are not actually mobile device products, I would say, but products that actually make people more mobile. So we've seen a huge surge in electronic scooters. The Moto Bag is here. If people haven't seen the Moto Bag, it's actually a carry-on luggage that you can actually ride through the airport. That's actually fully funded and is about to be shipping.
And can we ride it through the halls of CES?
You can ride it through this hall of CES. Actually, you cannot ride it through the showroom.
All right.
That just sounds like a challenge.
Yeah. I think we're going to go try that right now. We're going to go find out.
Have a race.
Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
I think we're about to take a little bit of a break on the stage. Coming up next is going to be the podcast, and me and Matt will be back for that. So thanks for joining.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you play that back.
Hello, nerds, and welcome to another special CES edition of the Engadget podcast. This is episode 22, I believe, Fillmore Jive. Joining me today, we've got Richard Lawler on the far end, senior HD editor.
Hello.
We got Matt Smith. You are senior editor.
That's correct. Hello.
And Aaron Saporis, also senior editor.
Indeed. Hello.
Whole lot of senior up here. You guys don't get to come on the podcast very often because you're all the way over in that place across the ocean.
It's called London.
It's called Michigan. It's not really that far.
All right, so I'm sorry, Richard. You live here in America, the greatest country on earth, guys.
We'll see how that goes in a few days.
Hey, I'm just saying.
No politics.
No politics.
I'm not getting deported today. Don't even try it.
So how is CES going for you guys? And it is already getting crazy loud over there again. Jesus Christ.
I just really like Ford.
They are the best.
They are very loud, but very good.
We had the same issue on yesterday's episode. I feel like the podcast is just going to turn into us talking shit about Ford's booth at CES.
They're great. They're great. Just leave them be.
We've covered it. We've covered it. Let's move on.
So how's it going for you guys?
It's going great. There's lots of TVs. I'm all about TVs.
There's always a lot of
CES is where the
TVs.
TVs are. I love LG's TVs. Samsung has big, beautiful TVs.
Has there ever been a CES without a lot of TVs?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
That's why I'm always here.
On a personal level, how's it going, though? Are you sleeping well?
No.
No. That's what I thought. Short answer. Matt, how's it going for you? How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty rough as well. This is not how my voice normally sounds. I noticed last night that in my rush to get into a taxi and get back to the convention center, I actually slammed the sliding door on my big toe. So if you see me around the show floor, I will be gently limping.
Yeah. But you haven't lost the toenail yet, at least.
Hey, we're only halfway through CES.
Aaron, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Nice early nights.
Yeah?
Yeah. Lots of gaming products here, so I'm happy.
You're actually like legitimately smiling too, which I feel like
he's not like that in real life.
Yeah, it's all for the camera.
So you're putting on a good show for us. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah. So what have you guys seen so far? Like, what are you excited about? Obviously, you're excited about the TVs, Richard. And this
OLED everywhere.
Yeah.
I already loved the LG OLED that we saw last year, and now we're seeing more of the technology. Sony and Panasonic have gotten into it. I couldn't be happier.
So, what is it about OLED over other stuff though that really gets you excited? Like,
what OLED does that LCD and the LED backlit LCD televisions don't do is that it has an individual light source for every single pixel. So the contrast can be so much better. You can have very dark blacks, you can have very bright whites, and you can have colors that look amazing. It just makes the picture quality so much better than what we've seen before. We've seen Samsung raising their game to try and compete with their LCDs, which is also very good, but the OLED that I've seen has still been the top.
How are Samsung not doing OLED TVs? Because they kind of almost invented it with phones, but they're so far behind on TVs.
Well, it's a slightly different technology. They also tried to make OLED TVs, but they tried a different strategy. What LG does is they use a white OLED pixel, and then they put color filters over it. Samsung's technology that they showed a few years ago had OLED pixels of each color, and it's just harder to do and more expensive, and that's why they haven't brought that into production yet.
So are the prices finally starting to come down? Because OLED is crazy expensive, right?
The prices have come down a lot in the last year. No one who announced anything at this show has announced a price tag for 2017.
They never do that though, right?
Yeah, that's just how that is, unfortunately. But the prices of LG's TVs last year have plummeted. You can get them for like near $1,000, and the picture technology on even the lower line OLEDs is still amazing.
Is it better than a higher end LED backlit? Like,
I think so.
Yeah. So I guess just for comparison, if they've come down to almost 1,000, where were they like a year before that?
I think most of them started out above 1,500, above 2,000, even for like the 55-inch sizes. So now you can get a 55 or 65-inch for a couple grand.
Yeah, most of them were around a couple of $1,000. Yeah.
And the $1,000 ones are going to be larger TVs, smaller.
Mostly what's available are like 55 and 65-inch versions. Yeah, I think you can get a 75, but the prices on those are still really out there.
So beyond just a whole bunch of OLEDs everywhere. What are we seeing beyond that in the TV space?
Also HDR everywhere. High dynamic range, which on whether it's on an OLED or on an LCD television makes the picture that much more contrasty. It's a bigger upgrade, I think, than 4K, because when you watch something, it becomes so much more realistic. The sharpness of 4K over 1080p isn't necessarily that perceptible, but the difference between a non-HDR image and HDR, that really makes you feel like you've upgraded when you're watching Ultra HD Blu-ray or whether you're watching a Netflix or Amazon stream, especially using the new Dolby Vision technology, which is also, they just announced this week, is coming to Ultra HD Blu-ray discs this year.
And the HDR stuff is also super big in gaming at this point, right? They're all like jumping on that bandwagon.
Yeah, both Sony and Microsoft have got HDR compatible consoles already. Microsoft's new one is definitely going to have a big focus on that as well.
Are you like a PC gamer at all?
Kinda. Like I used to be. I'm more on consoles now.
So is that also moving over to the PC space? Like, I literally know nothing about PC gaming, like beyond the fact that like I have a Steam account and lots of games that I've never played because of Humble Bundle.
There are HDR gaming monitors. They're not very common. It's not big. I imagine it's going to move over, but because monitors like serve purpose as a monitor for going on the internet and stuff as well, it's not really been a huge focus. But yeah, we're starting to see like quantum dot and that sort of technology that from the TV side coming into gaming monitors. It's just tough because gaming monitors need a really sharp response time, and that's not really what the big TV screens are about. So you're looking for like a 1 millisecond response time. A typical TV can be like 20 times that.
And is OLED just not there yet?
That has been a problem. The OLED TVs have a lot of gaming lag. So you kind of have to choose right now. And they haven't said anything about the next year's model, see if they're going to improve that.
Yeah, like only the highest level OLEDs had like a decent enough response time for gaming last year.
And what's like the threshold for that? What's like...
I'm going to pick a figure out of thin air, but like...
really fast. That's really fast.
I wouldn't
really
want it,
fast.
I wouldn't want it above 30 milliseconds, which is pretty fast.
I'm lost on all this technical stuff, guys. I don't know why I have a job here. It looked for a moment like you were actually going to say something, and then just...
We don't agree at all.
You're the best. Please give me a bonus.
Yeah,
all right,
that's why I'm on the bloody
season.
podcast.
Is that it? You're just here to like kiss ass and get the bonus?
Yep.
Yeah. What other reason is there for stage stuff?
Sometimes you got to pay for friends. I'm okay with that. So what's your favorite TV you've seen so far, though?
The LG W series is amazing. They call it their wallpaper thin TV because it goes directly on the wall. It's 2.6 millimeters thick. It's like a piece of art hanging on the wall.
So how do you hang that on the wall? We touched on this briefly yesterday, and unfortunately the people on the podcast weren't 100% familiar with the mount.
The mount that they're using for next year's TV, it uses magnets. Like that's how thin it is. They've gone away at the high end. You can't even use kind of a table stand for this at all. I've tried putting one on a table stand of the last year's version. It's nerve-wracking because it's so thin. The OLED is like paper thin. It doesn't really make sense to put on a table stand, so they're just doing away with that at the high end.
It's the sort of thing where like if you have an overhead fan in the room, it's going to blow it over.
Not necessarily. Once you get it on there, it's very stable, but the process of actually mounting it, my heart was in my throat. I was just like, I'm holding so much money.
So, all right, so it mounts with magnets. Are you still like putting putting like a mount in studs in the wall, or is this literally like tape of magnets?
No, you're still putting the studs in the wall, and then I assume that it just basically sticks to the magnets. Meanwhile, Samsung, they've actually integrated a mount into their TV that keeps it very close. It's not quite as close as the LG version, but it's made it so much easier to wall mount this year.
And they both have like that crazy thin wire coming down. How does that work?
The reason why the TVs are so thin is because they've moved all the processing into basically a sound bar, which you can put below the TV somewhere, and then it connects with, in Samsung's case, a fiber optic wire. I'm not sure what technology LG is using, but basically a thin cable connects the TV to the sound bar where it does all the sound processing, all the video processing, everything happens there. And then the sound bar is like Dolby Atmos capable.
And that's where all your jacks and everything, and where you plug everything
Exactly.
in.
And I just wanted to say, yeah, you just don't realize how thin this LG one is.
I really need to find some time
Really
to get out on the
thin.
floor and see that.
They're all thinner than phones, right?
Oh yeah, much thinner than phones. Yeah, I think it's a few of the American coins. I can't remember which, but one of those very thin American coins. 3 of them stacked together. It's about as thick as that.
Oh, I think that they said it was like 3/4, I think, stacked on top of each other. I think
Sure.
that was the...
I have no idea what that means.
I'm not here to talk American coinage. Not today.
Matt, what have you seen that's been good?
My favorite thing was last night where I made a journey, a trek to Aria, which is quite a way away from here, because I had to go see Tinder VR.
What is Tinder VR?
It's not VR. So it's Tinder's kind of promotional thing. They've created these very real-looking plastic VR goggles, and it's 2 pairs of goggles connected with a column of plastic.
It's like a student art project then.
But with philosophy behind it. Now, let me give you the sales pitch. So the idea is Tinder is an app. Good. Look at that.
I'm really
earnest
intrigued by
positioning.
this. I can't wait.
I just think your back muscles are tired and you're just saving energy. Anyway,
I've been standing way too much. I'm very exhausted.
I just want something that lets me be next to a Tinder date as it's happening.
Tinder VR.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure that's in the pipeline. Anyway, the point is, Tinder as an app is meant to connect strangers, right? You swipe through, you like the look of a stranger, you swipe right. If they swipe right, you talk. Now, the idea is that VR as a thing is very isolating, isn't it? As a technology, you're alone, you wear goggles.
Mostly. I'm not sure I agree, but carry on.
And so the idea is, this is them connecting people kind of realistically. So those 2 goggle kits, you're literally like this far apart. You wear goggles, you're staring into my eyes, and that's it. There is no technology. There's no swipery. Well, you could swipe, but you'd literally hit them.
Which would actually be kind of amazing.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm now much more interested in this. I'm not sure if it was your eyes or what, but I like it.
I mean, he's got very pretty eyes.
Hashtag swipe right for Matt.
Yeah, swipe right for Matt.
There we go.
So literally just a face tube.
Yeah, it was very much just a promotional silliness. But the guys at the Tinder stand were completely and utterly aware this is just a bit of frivolous fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not the only thing that we've seen this year that's been like super weird, frivolous, fun, non-tech technology, though, too.
No, I think in my write-up I said exactly that. This is CES. You're allowed to get away with these things. Not everything can be TVs that are very thing. Not everything can be sexy new gaming projectors and consoles and PCs. So it's all about the stupidity. It's all about the smart hairbrush, a real thing. It's all about the Fisher-Price indoor exercise bike for children.
Well, I was actually going to go even a bit beyond that, because those are still kind of technology, but we had like American Greetings. We had Nick Offerman on the stage yesterday, and they showed up to CES with greeting cards and a number 2 pencil. Like, it's a device like no other, hashtag. Like, and it's like...
I prefer swipe right for Matt as our hashtag of the podcast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit catchier for sure, but I mean, look, as silly as both of those things are, I kind of appreciate them like showing up to CES and going like, guys, put down the screen for 5 minutes, just like for 5.
Write a card to your mum.
Yeah.
Say thanks for the Christmas presents.
Interact with another human being. Although
I'm trying not to look at Richard anymore after that Tinder thing.
Come on, man.
So, but you don't think the VR thing is isolating? I kind of want to hear your argument for this real quick. Just give me the too long didn't read version.
Okay, there are like plenty of VR games you play alone, but there are loads of developers working on social experiences. So, like, you know what Second Life is? That like game where you have a second life.
I'm not a 3-year-old, Aaron. I know what Second Life is.
Sure you do. Yeah, so this Second Life are doing like a social VR thing where you'll be able to create spaces.
Yeah.
There are plenty of like experiments and multiplayer experiences you can have inside VR.
I think, I know those experiences exist, I just think not many people are playing them. They're kind of there as a kind of gentle
it's not
brain
there
massage.
Yet, for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's not a lot of people playing VR in general, though, right?
I am.
Yeah,
you are.
I mean, there's a reason at Sony's press conference they announced, even bigger sales of PlayStation 4 consoles, but they said PlayStation VR is selling very well, but they didn't give us a number because we're not there yet.
And I know from developers that were part of that launch that they're not amazingly happy with their sales. That's the same for every VR developer right now, but that's a longer conversation.
All right, Aaron, what have you been seeing that's been good out there?
So CES is usually terrible for gaming, so I was just delighted when you guys asked me to look at gaming stuff. But probably the best thing I saw was from Razer. They had 2 really far out concepts. One is a free screen laptop.
I just saw that this morning. I missed that when it went up on the site, but somebody sent it to me, and I was like, what is this monstrosity?
So yeah, it's a 17-inch laptop that the idea is when you unfold it, 2 screens pull out from behind. And then you have
Hashtag
a big
immersion.
Hashtag immersion.
Yeah.
But it's also super concept-y, so it's not working. It's just a mock-up. What was more interesting was their new projector, which they're calling Project Ariana right now. So it can It's got cameras in the front. It can see where your screen is. You connect it up to your gaming PC, and it can expand beyond the TV screen to cover the entire wall with your game. So you're still playing on the TV, but peripherally, you've got like the rest of the game world like around there. It's super trippy. Like I watched the demo maybe 3 or 4 times because it's amazing. If you haven't seen it, go check out the video on our site.
Was it Microsoft that had something similar to that like a year or 2 back? They
Yes.
had
So this is Xbox 360 days. Microsoft had a research project just outside of London actually, where I went to see called Illumirum. It's that was really cool, but it never came out. It was a research project.
I mean, it was always just going to be like basically an art display at this like place.
Yeah, this is a product that they're hoping to release this year. It will also work as a 4K projector for home theaters, but because it's got the cameras, if you've got like a picture on the wall, you've got drapes, you've got, I don't know, like a bookshelf, it can sense that and it can adjust the image so the image will look flat on the wall.
It's like a simple version of projection mapping, isn't it? But with the picture of the game.
With 3D cameras.
Yeah.
So that will create a really clear, if you've got an alcove in your room, it will give a much better picture than if you just had a regular projector.
There's actually a few projectors at this show that are doing similar things. There's a Casio prototype. Casio deciding to go into shortfall projectors now, and they have one that also, if you project it to curtains, it will make sure you have a very uniform image.
Yeah.
And I'm really quite excited to see projectors happening.
Well,
really?
They always
want one.
Projectors are kind of back. Sony has a new projector that they're showing off. It's $25,000, not for everyone. LG has their laser short throw projector, and also Hisense showed off a laser short throw projector.
Those short throw projectors, though, they have some pretty severe limitations, right?
They do. They're not necessarily going to replace your high-end home theater projector, but what they can do is they can be set very close to your wall or screen, so they don't really take over a room. You don't need a dedicated home theater room. You can just have them in a regular living room and still have a 100-inch 4K screen potentially.
Yeah, it's the idea that you can get 4K out of projector now at relatively reasonable prices.
Are there 4K short throw projectors?
Those are the ones that are being shown off. The LG and the Hisense one are both 4K.
Oh, nice.
But they're still incredibly expensive. Even the Hisense one is, I think, like $12,000 or $13,000. And Sony's 4K projectors are still also incredibly expensive.
So I haven't had a projector in maybe 10 years. Have they improved like the contrast ratio? Have they improved the brightness? I don't have like drapes in my living room.
The 2 short throw projectors that they're showing off here at CES are supposed to be bright enough that you can use them during the daytime. Otherwise, the quality of DLP and of Sony's, I'm blanking on what they call their technology right now, have improved greatly, but you still kind of need a darkened room where you can control the light to be able to see anything.
And I'm never going to have that. I live in the middle of the city with like floor-to-ceiling windows and no drapes.
Just make the sacrifice.
I was going to say, do you own curtains? I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I own one.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
I own a curtain.
It's more important that you have a good home theater experience than that you have like a good decor.
I disagree. Entirely.
We all know where Richard's priorities are at, though. How many TVs have you been through in the last couple of years?
You can decline the comment.
Double digits.
Yeah,
Double digits.
You can leave it at that.
I've heard his house is just old TVs stacked together like a house of cards.
Yeah, he has no rules.
You should set them all up like dominoes and knock them over.
You could.
We do not endorse that though. Right? They might be review TVs.
Yeah. Some of them have to go back.
I think we have to leave it with that lovely image in our heads. Thank you for joining me, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Plenty more coming from the stage for the rest of the day tomorrow, and we'll be back tomorrow with another episode of the podcast. And yeah, that's it. Back to the floor at CES.
Happy CES.
See ya.
Have a good time.
Hello and welcome to the Engadget stage here at CES in Las Vegas. Now, a couple of years ago, Elon Musk had a dream, and that dream was to get people across the country in hypersonic tubes, like those older offices in the 60s where they would use vacuum tubes to get documents from place to place. And joining me on the stage now are three people who are turning that dream into reality. We've got from Hyperloop One, Josh Giegel, co-founder, head of technology, the man who's making the magic. I've forgotten your first name. It's Nick Earl. Nick Earl.
Nick Earl.
Head of operations. And at the far end, Rob Lloyd, CEO. How are you all doing today?
Good. How are you? Good.
I'm very well, thank you. I'm excited to be here. And in fact, the whole stage is pretty packed, actually, because everyone's so excited about Hyperloop and the potential of what it can do. So let's start. 2016 was a big year for you guys. 2017 is going to be even larger. You've just announced that you've got a short list for the Global Challenge, which we'll get to shortly. In the next couple of months, however, it's looking likely that you're going to have your first very big test launch, your Kitty Hawk moment. Just a couple of miles down the road in North Las Vegas. So first things first, how far away are we? How's construction going?
It's going pretty well. I was up there this morning before coming down here, and you've got a couple hundred meters of tube up at this point, and we're moving inside. The levitation, the propulsion systems are all coming in over the next couple weeks, and then checkout, vacuum systems coming in very shortly, and within a few months here, you're going to start to see some pretty interesting action.
So, out of curiosity, in theory, it sounded reasonably simple. You know, build a tube, put a vacuum on one end, suck out all the air. What have been the biggest challenges turning that from a theoretical concept into an actual thing?
Well, it's cold out now, and it's very hot in the summer out here, so it's fighting the environment a little bit has actually been a fairly large challenge. It's especially windy up north. But then in terms of we have an organization that less than 2 years ago was about 4 people. So we had to do all of this and, acquire a test site, do the design, create the technology that goes into the design in an extremely short period of time. So it's been trying to do this, which on the surface seems really easy until you actually go do it. And that's what really sets us apart from everybody else, is the fact that we can go to our test site and see it.
So what was the biggest challenge? I mean, what was the biggest thing that gave you headaches in terms of just building this thing out?
Right now, it's having all the electrical components deal with the vacuum. So there's some interesting things that happen when you take high voltage electronics and put them inside low pressure environments, and just making sure our system was able to robustly be able to work even in that scenario.
Okay, that's interesting. And you've also got a manufacturing facility that you're actually quite close to the DevLoop site, which is Metalworks.
Yes.
Because again, these are all skills that you've had to learn from a standing start. It's not just a case of, developing the technology. You then have to develop the manufacturing that goes alongside it. And I guess as well, you have to develop the sense of how to do the land acquisition, the construction, the engineering, the nuts and bolts of it from that angle. How hard has it been to get, again, from the theory to the reality?
It's been, the manufacturing facility that we've had has only been around for about 7 months at this point, so completely bare space that we had to populate and fill with people and equipment. But it has been really interesting to watch how you make this, because it's one thing just say you're going to test it, but a big part of the value proposition that we're going is that we're the company who owns not only the technology, but the ability to make it. But it's something that we want to spread out throughout the world when we start deploying these, whether it be in Dubai or Finland or anywhere like that.
Okay, that's very exciting. And how far away? Have we got any teasers on when we can expect the Kitty Hawk to happen?
You put me on the spot here. No. Within probably a couple months, we'll start to see things and things happening, to say this.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you one more question. Have you, now that you're getting to the point where it's really becoming a thing, how close are we going to get to the big promise of 750 miles an hour? You know, are we at that point where you're still thinking that's the speed you want to go at, or, you know, are the models telling you now you need to come down from that a little bit?
The biggest thing with the speed is the routes that we're going to get. So a lot of the routes that we're looking at are first routes that are anywhere between 20, 50 miles long. And speed is an important factor on that, but the big part of what these routes are is just the beginning of a bigger route. So as we go to, you know, we're doing our proof of concept, proof of technology in the desert right now. That will eventually translate to a proof of operations or a certification lab, and that's what we've been working with in Dubai and some other places to get these facilities that are essentially the next step for us, which is certification. And that means you're allowed to ride it, and governments let their people or the citizens ride it because it's safe. And as we move that out and grow that speed, depending upon the route is where the speed's going to come into play. So the straighter we get, the better we are.
Okay, and so again, the more direct a route that you have, the fewer bends. I think bends is your worst nightmare, yeah?
Bends and physics.
Bends and physics. Fair enough. That's what's keeping you up at night. Okay, so let's talk about the global challenge, because, you know, you asked private citizens, governments, countries, academics from all across the world basically to pitch you Shark Tank style and say, come look at us. We're desperate to be one of the first cities in the world to have a Hyperloop. You had something close to 3,000 proposals sent in. How many were you expecting? Was that more? Was that less?
Yeah, it was overwhelming response. We were expecting a couple hundred. We had 2,800 teams registered. We then worked with some of our transportation economists, some of Josh's team, and we actually gave them a template or a roadmap to follow in terms of doing the analysis. They did a very serious revenue analysis, what kind of revenue could be expected. They did some very solid engineering work. They looked at alternate routes, picked those routes. Many of the semi-finalists, the 35 semi-finalists, came with letters from their governments in support of their proposal. So we got some very serious submissions, and they're from all over the world, every continent except for subarctic. I'm not sure what's wrong with the subarctic people, but they obviously didn't have access to the website. Everywhere else, there's been tremendous interest. So we have some very serious projects that we're going to continue to develop along with these teams, and then hold regional events starting in February, where we're going to go to India and talk to those submissions, not only from India, but from the Middle East and from Asia. Then we're going to do one in DC to handle, which was encouraging to me, was to see some American interest in infrastructure, and the Canadian finalists or semi-finalists as well. And then we'll be holding a session in London for the UK entrants, as well as those that came from Europe and Northern Europe. So we were overwhelmed by the interest and response.
And what do you think is going to help really convince you that an area is worth further study?
Yeah, the route that we want to continue to develop, and this takes time and investment, but the route we want to develop will be a viable but important and economically strong business case. We don't want to build something that looks like an amusement ride. We want to build something that's really important infrastructure. The second is governments. Governments can help make this happen, or they can be roadblocks. And we're seeing very encouraging signs of governments, not all, but many, who want to enable this to happen, who want their regulators to work in a collaborative way, as they may have been doing with autonomous vehicles or other emerging transportation technologies. And then finally, we have to finance these projects. So it isn't going to happen overnight, but we have to be able to finance, perhaps in a public-private partnership, these multi-hundred million or billion-dollar projects that would result from the technology. So those three things, I think, are the important filters. The level of commitment, our ability to then really see that commitment right through to an eventual project is why we're doing this. We're not trying to do studies, we're trying to build a Hyperloop.
Do you think that money or a good regulatory environment, and an ease of being able to just get out there and build the stuff is going to be the biggest challenge.
I think, and I have always personally believed that the regulatory environment would be the toughest challenge. But Josh was on the ground in September, October last year when we were invited to participate in an accelerator in Dubai called the Dubai Future Accelerator. That project that we went into and then showed to Sheikh Mohammed the potential that Hyperloop had, immediately we were then working with the Dubai transportation regulator, who has really helped us. We've learned a lot about what it would take to certify the technology for deployment, and in doing so, Josh's team, from that impact or that input, can design the commercial product based on input from a regulator as to what I would need to see in order to certify this. So rather than doing that 3 or 4 years down the line, we're doing that early on in the commercialization phase, and I think that's going to help us short circuit what some think would take 5 years to just a couple of years by doing things in a much more collaborative fashion.
Now I got a question, because I live in England, and we have a very weird system because each area of our national railway is franchised out, and so each various companies bid and operate it over a set period of time. Now you're coming in and you're going to be able to sort of own this completely, and you're going to coming in as a brand in and of yourself. When you start putting networks in all across the world, are you expecting to build Hyperloop One as global a brand as Facebook or Apple or Tesla or any of these names, whereby anywhere in the world people will know the little kind of infinity symbol and say, oh yeah, this is where I go to get about? Or are you thinking about breaking it so that our local businesses can brand, as it were?
Do you want to see if we agree?
I'll take a first crack and I'll see if my boss agrees. First of all, our intention is not to be the operator, and I also live in the UK, so I know what you're talking about. Our intention is not to be the operator, we're going to be the technology provider. The second question is there will be multiple Hyperloop companies, just as there are multiple networking companies. The key issue is interoperability between different players. We hope to be the largest company. We're currently the largest company. We're the only company building technology. Everybody else is talking about it. They have PowerPoint. We have physical product that will soon be moving pods at very high speed. What's needed is interoperability both between different Hyperloop providers, so you don't have the problem that trains had, where you have the different width of the gauge. People today have to get off one train at a country border and get on another train to go into the next country, as you know, being a Brit. Secondly, you need interoperability between the autonomous vehicles and the Hyperloop. And that's really why Hyperloop is more like networking than it's more like than a train. It's essentially broadband for physical things. Think of the Hyperloop as the backbone fiber, the wide area network. The autonomous cars are like the local area network or the drones. They'll be able to interoperate across a common software platform, which is why we'll need standards for interoperability, just as there are in networking. So Hyperloop is more like networking than a train system. And just like networking and just like broadband, when broadband was first introduced, we never thought that you'd have a company like Netflix. We thought it was about downloading web pages quicker. The same thing we believe will happen with transportation. Transportation will disrupt business models. So that's how we think it'll play out.
So yeah,
I agree. So I would actually just add to your question. Look, in the UK, there's laws that says that the national government owns the infrastructure, and then individual entities operate the trains. We will probably have 2 or 3 business models that fit the fact that we can't just show up and write a rule and say we'll do something in a certain way. And I think if we have those 2 or 3 business models and really perfect them as we learn from what models are going to work around the world, I think we'll be able to accommodate any kind of jurisdiction and any kind of current environment. So that's what we're working on right now, actually in 2017. We should know exactly how we'll play out most of the major countries around the world.
Fair enough. Okay, so you've been speaking. I mean, you must spend a lot of time listening to people, meeting people, meeting with governments, meeting with regulators, because everyone's so interested. Now, last sort of autumn, last fall, you announced that you were going to tweak the model ever so slightly, and you were going to become more of a platform with the portal system, with individual units inside the pods, so that you had a great level of on-demand access, and then an autonomous vehicle component at some point down the line after that, whereby, as I think you said, you don't want to put a train in a tube, you want to redefine transportation completely. Now, we've had sort of 3 or 4 months since then. What's the feedback been like?
I think in general it's been extremely positive. I think, coming from the airport yesterday, the Uber driver picked me up and told me, I told him I worked for a transportation company, and he said, oh, like Uber or Lyft? And I said, no, have you heard of Hyperloop? And the guy was like, have I heard of Hyperloop? And so he proceeded to tell me all about the Hyperloop testbed up in Apex, and he knew the address, and I was a little bit concerned, but no, what we've seen is a much broader audience at this place. People see now, like, they didn't quite understand what Hyperloop could be, what it could mean for them. They didn't see how it could take them from point to point, how it could change the way that they would live. And I think what we did a couple months ago was tell people that you can have a last-minute idea or last-minute thing that you want to do in terms of, I want to be somewhere, and you have the ability to enact that, which is something that's completely different. And if you were to tell an 8-year-old kid now that they couldn't watch their TV show until 8 a.m. on a Saturday, they'd look at you like you're crazy. So why shouldn't transportation be the same way?
I also think that we need to understand that connecting to other modes of transportation will make our networks work better. And right now, a lot of the interest we're seeing is into high-density transport nodes like airports or city centers, existing train stations where we could overlay a portal in an existing infrastructure in the center of a great city in the world. And from my perspective, we should look out 20 years and understand what the transportation systems will look like then. We will be having autonomous vehicles. We will be having our products delivered through drones and other autonomous delivery systems. So we need a new mode of transportation that moves quickly, connecting those, and that's exactly what Hyperloop is. So I think the reaction we've had to connecting to other modes and looking out 10 years instead of back 200 has been received very, very well.
Yeah, and I think to Rob's point as well, we're not building a transportation system for Rob, Nick, or myself. We're building it for our kids, our grandkids, our great-grandkids. So for us to be nearsighted now is not a good plan.
Fair enough. Now, the way you talk about, you're talking about really creating a platform, a network, something that you can develop on top of, yeah? So what do you envisage people building on top of Hyperloop as a platform?
Yeah, I'll take a crack at that. So the concept of a platform is, I'll use the analogy of the iPhone. The iPhone is tightly coupled hardware and software. And when Apple first started, Apple's initial growth was around selling the hardware. Most of Apple's revenue growth right now is selling the managed services that run on top of the hardware as a result of being able to control the operating system and open up the APIs to create an application development platform. Exactly the same concept will apply to Hyperloop. Hyperloop will be like the iOS. There'll be a software platform with a set of open APIs. So there'll be an application ecosystem that runs on top of the control plane, if you like. So you ask the question, what type of things do you think managed services, applications? Once you have the database for mobility and you have the behavioral data from the historical mobility, including the autonomous car, the last mile, you can actually offer a whole wide range of services, like proactively offering people restaurants, downloadable content, in the same way as your search behavior allows to create an advertising model through Google, then you can create a similar type of range of managed services on top of a transportation operating system. So we envisage a similar application ecosystem in the future as exists around mobile phone platforms and your TV platform and things like that. So on-demand, behavior-driven managed services on top of an open application platform available to everybody.
Okay, that's very cool. Now, I've just been given the symbol that we've only got time for maybe one very brief question. So, and this is to all three of you. Hyperloop, you know, your cab drivers, so excited. I think everyone here, as I said, this place is packed out. How do you deal with the weight of expectation?
It's actually hard because everybody's very hopeful that something will emerge to solve the problems we all experience every day. We don't have to go to cocktail parties and describe problems in transportation. Everybody lives them every day, and we can experience one when we walk out of this hall. So there's got to be something better, and I think there's such high expectations that our team does feel the pressure from that, and that's why they're working 18 hours a day. That's why they're working as hard as they can to demonstrate this is real, the technology can be built, the projects that are coming at us can be developed, and that's a very exciting thing, but it's a lot of hard work, and I'd give Josh's team and the engineering team that's working incredibly hard, long hours right now full credit for the fact that they're completely committed to change the world of transportation.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, the weight of expectation comes with the weight of hope, like Rob said. And for us, this is the weight of technology being able to solve problems. And if we can't do this, or if Hyperloop can't solve these problems, I think people lose faith in technology's ability to actually be something that can bring people together. And so while it is a technology company, at the same time, people want to use this technology because they want to be closer together. And if technology can't do that, what's kind of the purpose?
It's very true.
Well, I would just say this. Your question was, what can we do to manage the expectations? I think the single biggest thing we can do over and above what's just been said is to actually prove it and build it. Because, you know, Elon Musk, you started off by talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk says that once you realize what Hyperloop is, you either think it's obvious or it's impossible. And I think the dial is moving from impossible to obvious, and the single thing that will do that is actually proving the technology, the Kitty Hawk moment. When we have Kitty Hawk, I think the majority of people will be in the obvious category, not the impossible category. And that's the challenge ahead of us.
And you've only got a couple of months with which to do that, so good luck to you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. That's all we've got time for right now, but stay tuned to Engadget.com, Engadget.com even, because we've got loads more great stuff coming up.
Hello, Las Vegas. Welcome back to the Engadget stage. We are live from CES 2017. My name is Michael Gorman. I am the editor-in-chief of Engadget. And joining me on stage is Derek Belch, founder and CEO of Striver Labs. How's it going, Derek?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, and next to him is Kevin Hogan, quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. Thank you for joining us, Kevin.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so Derek, for the folks who are not familiar with Striver Labs, can you tell us a little bit about your company and kind of what you guys do?
Sure. So, in a nutshell, we use virtual reality to train athletes, and we'll talk a little bit in a bit about broader human performance outside of sports too. But for the purpose of today, why he's here, athletes. I was an assistant coach at Stanford University for 2 years when Kevin was there as a player, and my master's thesis while I was coaching was to come up with a way to train football players using VR. And I did, and after doing this for a year, David Shaw, the head coach, sat me down and said, you need to get out of here and go start a company.
Yeah.
So that's what we did, and we started in January of 2015. We came out of the gate pretty hot. We had 6 NFL teams and 10 colleges by the time the season rolled around, just 8 months later.
Yeah.
And here we are today working with 25 teams across a bunch of different sports.
So it seems the value proposition was pretty clear there to most of these teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's really a couple things that we're doing. Number one, we're giving the player a first-person vantage point of what they see on the field. He'll certainly be able to talk about that more than me. You know, players watch film from 50 feet in the air, all 22 guys at the same time. That is not what a player sees when they're on the field.
Right.
And then the second thing is we're just giving you more reps, right? So can I mentally be transported to the field even though I'm sitting in an office, in a meeting room, and I can get that rep 100 times instead of twice on the field? Those are the two biggest value adds.
Okay, so I just want to back up a second. So you said that the idea for this was for your master's thesis. Why, how did you decide that needed to be what you were all about?
So my advisor in the program, his name is Jeremy Bailenson. He is one of the founders, the godfathers of the VR space, runs a lab at Stanford, more about the effect of VR on your brain as opposed to cool gaming experiences.
Yeah.
And he recommended it to me. He said, hey, what about this? You know, we had talked about it when I was an undergrad there back in 2005. The technology wasn't ready, and we decided that now was the time. So in 2013, that's what we did.
So had you already been interested in VR, or was that kind of your first introduction to it?
Honestly, I'm pretty low tech by nature.
Okay.
I don't have a Twitter account or any wearables or any of that. But it was a really neat idea to think about the possibilities, and now that we're doing it, I'm not a VR user for pleasure necessarily, but it works, and we're seeing it work every day. He'll talk about that, obviously. So, you know, we believe more and more in what we're doing on a daily basis.
Okay, so Kevin, let's get to you. So, how did the introduction to the system go for you, and had you ever used VR before this?
So I was fortunate enough to have taken some of Jeremy Bailenson's classes when I was at Stanford, and so I had a little bit of a background in VR, but most of it was computer-generated images, so it wasn't as realistic as you want it to be. And then when Coach at the time, Derek, came up to me and mentioned the idea and kind of showed me what it was like, it was something I had never seen before because it was a real-life environment, and it was taking real footage and putting yourself in that environment. And it was something that I couldn't really comprehend at the time.
Yeah.
But he kept receiving my feedback about how it would be more realistic as a quarterback and how it would simulate playing the position better. And each week it got better and better, and it became a staple in our team's preparation.
So just to kind of set it up here, can you talk a little bit about what your preparation was like before you had VR, and then kind of how that fits into your preparation once you had access to the tools?
Yeah, so before VR, when you're watching film and studying, you're pretty much watching it from the same view that a normal fan at home is watching on TV. The camera's from high up in the stadium, and you're really just watching it from that vantage point. So you're not really immersed in the game. You're not really feeling like you're there, a part of it. There's no sound. There's no crowd noise. There's no communication between you and your teammates. There's nothing that really makes you feel like you're there. So when you put yourself in VR and you're there behind center and you can hear the crowd noise around you, you hear your teammates communicating, making sure that you're all on the same page. There's so many different parts that have to be working together. And it makes you feel like you're there. So that when you see something on game day and you've already seen it 20 times, you know how to pick it up, you know what's going to happen, your confidence level goes up, and you know exactly what to do.
Right on. So can we talk a little bit, Derek, about where does the kind of raw material come from? Like what Kevin's seeing in the headset, how do y'all go about putting that together so that way you've got an accurate and like valuable program for them?
Yeah, so 3 years ago when this was an academic project, we were using 360 video cameras that were in a deep, dark corner of the internet that nobody knew about.
Yeah.
Today, they're obviously a lot more common. So, 3 years ago, it was a very cumbersome process. Shoot 10 plays, take 3 days to turn it around. Hopefully it's ready by Friday night so he can use it.
Right.
Today, we can turn around 50 plays in like 35 minutes. We've come up with all these different ways to film the plays on the practice field.
Yep.
We do ask the coaches to change a little bit. Some things they do at practice, they don't have to change at all. We just plop the camera behind the play or next to the quarterback or near the linebacker, somewhere where it's like looks like it'll be in the way, but it's really not if you know how a practice works. And then other things, and a credit to Kevin and to David Shaw, they knew this was a tool that could make them better. So they literally changed periods of practice to get the content the right way.
Right.
So a lot of what he would do was a first-person vantage point. I mean, it is you. Like those are your eyes when you put on that headset.
Yeah.
Some stuff we do is more third-person based, maybe a little removed. The coaches that are the most forward-thinking are doing it right and giving you that first-person vantage point. So today, some of our teams film 8 plays a day. Some of them film 80.
Yeah.
We can turn them around really, really fast, and it feeds into our software.
So is the production literally like the teams are doing this themselves and then sending you the raw footage and you send them back?
So that's what we did our first year in 2015.
Okay.
Some days we would get 500 plays, and it would take hours to turn it around. We had 30 people just rolling up their sleeves stitching.
Yeah.
Today, in the NFL, we have a little more of a white glove model. We have a guy in the building that will handle it for the team.
Okay.
In college, we train them how to do it. The reason for that is because in college, they have a lot more student volunteers that use video cameras, and they have more bodies to put to work.
Yeah.
So we can train them, and they have all the tools to do it themselves.
Okay, so this will be a question for both of you, but I'll start with you, Derek. So what have been kind of the biggest hurdles to getting the system right from your end, like from the beginning? And if there are any kind of outstanding issues that you're still trying to tackle, like what do those look like?
So a couple things. Number one, on Striver's end, just the tech. I mean, there's a lot of energy right now going into the VR space.
Yeah.
It still doesn't work every time you hit on, right, on the computer. So
Yeah.
for us, if a player walks up to it and hits on and it doesn't work, VR's dead to them forever. They're never coming back.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure it works. So we have proprietary software. We don't use out-of-the-box stuff. We don't use off-the-shelf software. We built our own.
Yeah.
We still use the DK2 in a lot of instances because it's a workhorse headset.
Yeah.
It's really, really reliable. Vive is very good. CV1 is good, but still some software issues every now and then. So getting it to work on our end. On the team end, the biggest hurdle, and he'll talk about this more, just getting people to change. I mean, getting a coach to not freak out when you tell them you got to change 2 minutes of practice. I mean, that's a big deal for a coach.
Yeah.
And then Kevin can talk more about the routines of players, but breaking through that barrier of a 10-year veteran, giving him something new. He's used to pen and paper, and we're giving him a funky headset, right?
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah, I mean, we've covered this on our end, but a lot of people hate like the Microsoft Service tablets they've been using.
Sure.
All right, so Kevin, what about you? What have been kind of like the hurdles that you face as a player? And it sounds like you were almost helping develop it from the get-go. So what was that like?
I mean, I was just someone that could give feedback here and there. But really, he mentioned it was breaking routines. When you do something for so long and you're a perfectionist, you trust in your routine, so you really don't want to break away from that. And for me, early on, it was getting away from my normal routine of watching film and whatnot, and trying this. And when I did, it slowly became more and more involved in my weekly routine, my daily routine of preparation, to the point that it was a confidence builder. I knew I was ready for a game. I knew that everything an opposing defense could throw at me, I'd be ready for. And it got to the point where I relied on this. When I was training for the combine to get ready for the NFL, we used the cameras so that I could study my mechanics and watch myself from close up and see how I was improving there. But really just me giving feedback early on about how it could improve and how it could really simulate being behind center in a pressure situation that was the biggest thing because you want it to be as simulated as possible.
Right. And I think one important thing to add to, he had success after using it.
Yeah.
Like if someone goes out there and has their worst game after using our stuff, they're probably not coming back. And not to say that VR is the only reason he succeeded. We're like one of 100 things, right? But when Kevin introduced something new and he went on the field and played well, like he said, something in your brain says, all right, something's working here.
Yeah.
So I'll give it another shot. And then you go again and again and again, and eventually it's part of your routine.
And is it really, I want to kind of nail down the benefits for you, Kevin. Is it really just about getting additional reps like really quickly? Is that kind of the biggest advantage that it gives you?
Yeah, so it's a confidence builder.
Yeah.
It's something that I supplement my routine with, and I'll take you back. Notre Dame last season, my senior year, they're bringing a certain blitz that they only brought one time that game. They hadn't brought it much all year, but we had been ready for it just from preparation. Yeah. We got to the right check and made a big play. And when you do that against defenses, they don't go back to those same things because you haven't figured out. So that was one of the things. It's just a confidence builder. Another thing is earlier on last season, I had a high ankle sprain and I missed 4 weeks of practice. I was able to play in games, but I missed 4 weeks of practice. And by using the virtual reality, I was able to practice every day in each of those weeks, build my confidence so that I wasn't missing the timing. I wasn't, I was able to keep up with what the defenses were doing and my normal preparation. And even though I wasn't getting the physical reps, I was still there mentally and able to, react and make the right plays.
Yeah. So, and we've been talking, obviously you play on the offensive side of the ball. Has any teams been using it for defense? As well?
We use it quite a bit for defense.
Okay.
And again, all subject to how the coaches want to do things. Right. The linebacker is a very good use case. We just had an example that will be in the news next week, so I won't spoil it too much. But in one of the conference title games, one of our teams, their linebackers and corners watched 500 plays like the night before the game as a group because they had never seen this particular offense, and they went out and shut them down. That's cool. And again, it's not about tackling or running or hitting. Kevin never throws a ball. It's just about it's all mental. Yeah. It's confidence. It's I can't be on the field. Let me get more mental reps from that vantage point. We're doing something with kickers. The Stanford kicker just set the career completion kicking percentage accuracy record like 85%. That kid, I coached him for 2 years. He was 50% lifetime before coming into this season. He will tell you unequivocally, seeing the ball go in 100 times every week in VR helped him be more confident in games.
Right on. So this is the last point that I want, because you touched on this when you were injured, being able to get those reps. Does that part of the sales pitch? Because I know you said there's coaches don't like to change their routine. Is that a big enough value to get that you think it's will make coaches change their mind?
It's pretty important.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how obvious some of this stuff is that coaches don't see.
Yeah.
They've got 100 million things to think about.
Sure.
When a player says something like that versus me trying to sell them something,
it means more.
Carries its weight in gold. And then I also think, more importantly, when a team that maybe is on the fence that, hey, we'll try this out. This is like week 2 that happened, right? Before USC. He gets hurt in week 2, not week 9.
Yeah.
So they see the value right away at the beginning of the season. That really, really matters. It really adds up.
Yeah. Okay, so I know we've talked about kind of the reps, but can you explain a little bit about the difference between doing actual physical reps versus the VR reps? And are they comparable? Do you really get different things out of them? I know obviously throwing the ball and making those completions you can't simulate that in VR, but for you in preparation, is there a big difference for you? If you were just doing VR reps, do you think it would make a big difference?
Well, nothing will compare to the physical reps initially, but in the NFL, it gets to the point where you don't want as many physical reps. Guys are banged up. You want to lay off. Most of our things are walkthroughs. Yeah. For a young guy like me, it is so valuable for me to get extra reps mentally and keep my head, stay engaged and see what's going on. But really just eliminating the wear and tear on your bodies. And when you're a professional, you know how to throw, you know how to catch, you know how to do these things. It's about staying on time, you know, making sure you're playing within the rhythm of the game. And, you know, that's where it comes, it helps a lot.
Okay. So we've been talking about football this whole time, Derek, but I know that there are other areas you see Striver being able to kind of help people. So other sports, also in business, can you talk a little bit about what the plans are there?
Sure. So right now, I'll be honest. Football is the best use case in all of sports.
Yeah.
The reason for that, anybody who's put on a VR headset knows that the nausea issue is very real. If the camera's shaking and you're standing in one spot, you're gonna puke, right?
Yep.
So that's very real. It turns people off. So we don't want to mess with that.
Yep.
So in football, you start from a static position, and most of it, and Kevin can tell you this, pre-snap, he knows where he's going with the ball pre-snap 9 out of 10 times when he's standing in one spot. So it's really easy to film for football and to do it right. Hockey, soccer, basketball, those are fluid sports. A lot harder.
Yeah.
We're working with 3 basketball teams right now. Some schematic and concept things, some defensive things, some visualization with shooting, more isolated use cases.
Okay.
We're working with one baseball team, kind of piloting something. The headsets just aren't clear enough yet when you're looking for that little white ball.
Yeah.
It will be phenomenal when they are, but it's not ready yet. So, 25 teams across all of the professional sports, but really football is the bulk of the use right now. And then outside of sports, I mentioned, employee training. We're working with one of the largest retailers in the world right now. That'll be announced in a few weeks to train their employees using VR. We're working on a project with a large corporation as it relates to human resources and building empathy for different races and genders and sexual harassment and stuff that's a little more touchy-feely, hot button issues, areas where VR can be very impactful. So the content is a little more boring than a football play, but the use case is almost identical. And when we walk in the room to a Fidelity and I can show football footage and show how this helped Kevin Hogan, that carries a lot of weight. They say, well, you must be able to train a salesperson too. So, it's all adding up.
So that's kind of where you see the growth going. Like, are you still pursuing clients, I assume, in football and all
Absolutely.
that stuff?
Yeah. We're doubling down on sports to make sure we win.
Yeah.
We're doing it right. We're not putting crap out there. We want to make sure that when people think Striver, they think de facto leader in sports training. And then that will trickle into a larger human performance training where we hope to really grow the brand.
Right on. Okay, well, that's all that we have time for. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Kevin, very much. That's all we've got time for now. There will be more coming live from Engadget Stage here in just a few minutes, so we'll see you then. Thanks, y'all.
play that back. a prototype, but they want to get it into production by 2019. And isn't this the future we all want? Get in a car, sit here, and then do all the other things. On my way. Homeownership is down. Golden Doodle! You need to be a safety driver to actually sit back here while it's moving, but we can pretend. The thing is, every traffic model of a self-driving roadway future co-signs the idea that roadways would be safer with fewer accidents if humans have less to do with the chore of driving. Basically, we make dumb mistakes, and the promise is machines don't. Another alleged value of self-driving cars is supposed to be productivity, but a recent study from the University of Michigan showed most folks, at 62%, said it would not help them accomplish more. That has to do with both motion sickness and not quite trusting the tech. And we should care about Michigan's research into this issue. One, because duh, Detroit. But two, because that university has the world's largest closed track for testing these cars, called M-City. The self-driving car from Delphi will be more of a robo-taxi than something consumers can buy, but within the autonomous car race, it's one of many. And that is why we're here at CES, delving into our future self-driving cars. The first real dream machine was called a horseless carriage and debuted in 1886. But it wasn't until Henry Ford figured out how to rapidly assemble cars and make them cheap that they really took off. Now, many modern teenagers view getting a secondhand car as a rite of passage. New car jump and all. But probably not if you have to share. Get this, the idea of cars autonomously getting people to their destination was floated as early as the 1920s. But it wasn't until the 80s, with Carnegie Mellon's NavLab vehicles, that people started thinking it could really be done. Now we're in a full-on self-driving car race to the finish, with dang near everyone designing and testing their own versions. Would you recommend wearing a seatbelt?
Yeah, I mean, it's the law.
Okay. How safe is this robot? I love this. So all the sensors are showing all the people around. So right here, there's a yield sign. So they need to have 360-degree range of knowing there's traffic coming, but there's a yield sign so they can kind of go whenever there's a free space. This is tricky. We'll see how she does. Like nothing. Like not even an issue. I didn't think I would feel so comfortable with an autonomous software system driving, but I do. It's fair to say most people are watching Tesla maybe the closest of them all, since Elon Musk says the hardware will be capable of full autonomy. Once the tech gets smart enough, he intends for people to just upgrade with an over-the-air update. But don't count out General Motors, Mercedes, semi-truck company Otto, and basically every big car company. But that's just the established car companies, so you know tech has something to say about that too. Apple is working on self-driving cars, but also just reportedly laid a bunch of employees on the project off. And Google announced in December that it's breaking out its self-driving arm into a company called Waymo, which is already being tested in about 60 vehicles on public roads now, and is teaming with Chrysler on these minivans. Dad vans for the win. Even Uber and Lyft are doing real-world self-driving tests in certain cities like San Francisco, although the legality of that is kind of controversial. At CES, established car companies are working hard to convince press and consumers that they're the old hands you want on the self-driving wheel. Like Ford, for example, which says consumers will be able to buy its fully autonomous cars by 2021.
You know, when we first introduced things like anti-lock brakes and airbags, there was naturally some apprehension about, I don't want a computer deciding how to pump the brake pedals on the car for me or, blow up an airbag in my face when I'm driving. But as soon as the data actually came back and showed that, the safety benefits and the, driver convenience benefits were enormous, everyone wanted them. So it's, natural for people to be skeptical at first, but I haven't found anybody yet who's gotten in our self-driving car and hasn't loved it.
Since some would argue that the crux of self-driving cars is a software problem, you should also know about an entirely different approach.
So the idea is basically this. Comma AI's goal is to be the Android of self-driving cars.
George Hotz is retrofitting existing cars with this 3D printed sensor box and software. His company, Comma AI, was all set to ship out its assistive driving setup when he got a sternly written warning about safety from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. That's when he put the plan up for free on GitHub.
I mean, self-driving cars are probably the greatest computer science challenge of this decade, and when you think, is a company like Ford or General Motors going to solve it? No way. Is a company like Google or Uber going to solve it? Or Apple? Put a lot more chips there.
All the best companies, Apple, Google, Hewlett-Packard, even Aviato, all of them were started in unzoned garages.
He's got interesting ideas and the Erlich Bachman-like character to go with it. Still, self-driving cars aren't going to solve everything, at least according to Henry Ford's great-grandson.
We are going to build smart cars, but we also need to build smart roads, smart parking, smart public transportation systems, and more.
That actual communication with each other while driving down the road, regardless of whatever brand loyalty you have, is seen as the next big challenge in self-driving cars, along with the cars being able to communicate with infrastructure. Much like the race to pick a music standard among CDs, record players, or even 8-track, car manufacturers need to get it together and have a conversation real soon about how to maintain safety while cars are cruising down the road. Like an electronic and refined, no, you go ahead. No, you. One standard needs to happen in just about every area of AI, but cars more than anything, since our very lives are at stake. The company that masters that first will be in my very own personal winner's circle. Thanks, little guy. Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the CES live stage here at CES 2017. Thank you all for joining us. You just saw the second episode of our new show, The Future IRL, where we explore all the things that are really happening now, which is still kind of shocking, but I just got to ride in a self-driving car, so these things are real. Joining me now to have a chat about all of the tech that goes into it and what it means and all of the things. First, I have James McBride. He's the Ford technical leader for autonomous driving. Hello.
Oh, thank you for having me here today. It's my pleasure.
Absolutely. And then we have Jim Zeiselman. He's the VP of Engineering from Delphi, and that's the car you just saw me getting to ride around in.
Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate the introduction.
Absolutely. So both of you, I'm so excited that you could both join me because we have a lot of time, a lot to talk about, and not a lot of time to do it. So let's jump right into how big of a problem is this really? What I saw at Ford the other day when we were chatting about it is you have to basically build a brain, a human brain, and put it into a car. So that's easy, right?
Yeah, it's trivial, right? Take several million years of genetic evolution that's happened in our senses and our decision making and put it into a few lines of code in a computer. Yeah, no problem.
Takes a lot of sensors. Let's talk about all of the things. You both have kind of similar setups to my non-engineering brain. I'm sorry. You're like, no, not at all. But can you talk about how many sensors you have and what it takes to sort of get those all together, the both of you?
Yeah, so really the sensor suite, in our view, is three major categories. You have the radar sensing, you have the vision, but you also have LiDAR. And each of these sensors have their pros and their cons. And they typically will work together, right? We fuse all the data coming from all those sensors and put it into the brain centrally on the vehicle. And from that, we're able to drive the vehicle based on policy or artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I would agree. We have pretty much the same sensing modalities. Additionally, we try to exploit all prior knowledge we have of the world. So if we've been there before, we take advantage of knowing something about what we expect the world should look like. And typically, we have been there before because we're going to validate every road before we turn the car over to you to use on that road. And so we'll make a really high-definition 3D map, accurate to centimeters, so when we come back, we know where everything should be and what to expect.
And then that's the thing. So you know what to expect, but then there's the unexpected. So what they actually have to do and think about is all the worst case driving scenarios we've all have had is what you guys have to think about, and that's why we don't have self-driving cars yet, right? I mean, it's a challenge. How do you plan for that? How do you plan for the unexpected?
Well, I think she's prompting me with a conversation we actually had before, and I'm often asked by people, what are the remaining challenges? What are hard things to do? And if I asked you what's the most unusual thing you ever saw in your whole lifetime of driving, I can pretty much guarantee you nobody else here at CES will have the same bizarre story that you do. And I'll offer up one of my own. It's not the most bizarre, but I was driving down the freeway at one point, and there was a horse trailer in front of me, and the bottom rusted out.
This is a bad story. You're going to tell it.
Yeah, the bottom rusted out, and the prize horses went through the floor of the trailer, and horse meat was thrown on the front of my car. Now, not many of our computer programmers would have written a line of code saying, if horse meat in here, then do this. But to the point of what we need to do is we need to look at these problems in a more generic sense. That really wasn't horse meat, that was road debris. It could have been a box that fell off a delivery truck. It could have been broken glass on the road.
And like most cars now, from what I gather, would stop because self-driving cars are nothing if not overly polite, one could say. Great to ride in, really enjoyable, but maybe overly polite. So if it sees debris and stops, well, then you've got a whole pile-up situation, right? So you need that quick response time.
Well, I mean, humans are faced with the same challenge, right? Depends on the extent of the debris, whether you can, it's small enough that you can drive over it or you can drive around it. The lane next to you is clear. There's a lot of decision-making that goes in there. But the point of this example wasn't so much the road debris. It was the big challenge in front of all of us is to think about the lifetime's worth of driving experiences we've all had and make sure that our cars are robust enough to handle in a very safe fashion this myriad of things that we encounter driving the roads of the world.
In many cases, this really comes from the development of the sensing technology, but also the software, right? So in the case of something falling into the road, if you can determine the height of that off the road and its size, the car can make a decision. Should I safely drive over it? Is it a piece of paper, right? Or is it the hind quarter of a horse, which I should not drive over? So, and today's cars, right? Today's autonomous cars are getting there, right? When you have three-dimensional object detection, you can get a clear view of what that is, and in some cases, depending on what is being detected, you can get some clarity as to what will happen with that object, right? If you know where the front of a vehicle is versus the rear of the vehicle, it's much more likely for that vehicle to be going toward its front, right? It would never, not very likely, go from side to side. So these kinds of intelligence points are really baked into today's software and autonomous cars.
I had a lot of fun playing with both of your sensors, just watching the screen in the Delphi car and seeing how it maps people. And Ford, likewise, you could see the LiDAR sensors covering everything around it, and you could be a person standing beside a Ford car going like that, and it'll see that shape moving. So we're definitely getting close. What are the challenges still in front of us? I know both of you are working on production. You've got a
2019 ready for production. We think they'll be on the road in 2021, just like what Ford says.
Which is just like when Ford 2021 wants to have cars. But both of you are thinking your autonomous cars are going to be more for like a robo-taxi kind of a thing. Would you say that's fair?
So
they're going to be expensive.
Well, I think it's fair to say that there's a consensus that an early business case would be in a mobility solution such as a ride share or a ride hailing, perhaps even package delivery. There are some advantages to that being a first launch scenario because you can send the vehicles out and have them in close proximity to your service station. So you get them back daily, you make sure the sensors are calibrated, the vehicles are well maintained and taken care of. You can pull the data off of them, and you get additional time to amortize the cost of the new sensing and compute technologies, while simultaneously you introduce a whole customer base to getting a first experience in that vehicle.
So there is some distinction, I should say. So Ford, as you know, they sell to everyone. Delphi, your car is really meant to be like a robo-taxi. But I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
Well, I mean, not necessarily. It wasn't really meant to be a robo-taxi, but we agree that probably the first entry point will be automated mobility on demand or robo-taxis. And not only might it be most appropriate, maybe the most useful there, but from an economic equation perspective, it also makes the most sense. Carrie, you mentioned it's probably going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive, maybe not so much as you might be thinking, but the reality is if you can take the driver out of the economic equation when you're talking about taxis, right, you can very quickly get to a business case in this automated mobility on demand where it really makes sense right away. And then over time, we think that that will certainly expand into a mobility for disabled folks or perhaps the elderly, expanding the time during which they can actually have private mobility. And then we think also in due course, costs will come down like they always do with new technology as we learn more and integrate more.
Yes, the first microwave was very expensive, and now they're like $50 if
That's
you buy
right.
them cheap. Yeah.
That's right.
So let's talk price then. Not everybody at once.
Yeah, nobody wants to jump in on this one because it's always dangerous to predict the future. But, if for those of you that are remotely old enough, if I were to say back up 20 years in time and I came to you and said, I've got this brilliant idea. I'm going to take your telephone and I'm going to glue a camera to it and maybe a calculator and a bunch of other stuff, and I'm going to charge you $800 for it. You would have thought I was nuts, right? But I mean, which one of us doesn't have a smartphone sitting in our pocket that does just, enormous amounts of things for us? And the first smartphones, I couldn't buy the memory on this phone the day I joined working at Ford for $1 billion. That's how much this amount of memory would have cost, 30 years ago. And now they're pretty ubiquitous. The costs are reasonable, and the only reason that we're willing to pay a slight premium over a regular phone is because this is a complete paradigm shift in how we do our lives. And a car that drives itself is a complete paradigm shift in transportation. So there will be a slight premium, but not as much as you think.
I agree with that. I don't want to get to a specific number, but I'll put it maybe in percentages, okay? So I think in the end, it's probably going to be a 10 to 20% add to the price of the car.
That's fair. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know, especially for Ford, they first got their start being the working man's car that regular people could afford, and that's how we all ended up having cars eventually. So I can see how price is a sticky subject, but I appreciate that because I think people I know are very excited about self-driving cars, but the reality is it's going to be 5-10 years maybe until people regular folk are actually buying them. Would you, not the super premium high model Teslas, but the sort of more run-of-the-mill cars that more people can afford? Would you say that's fair?
I think, if you look at some of the things our CEO has said and other people in the industry, we've announced a 2021 date for a mobility solution, and we believe by mid-decade we should be able to extend that to some forms of personal ownership models.
Again, I think the personal ownership is still a bit open. Certainly there's the entry points, for this type of technology as we described, and even on the consumer side, maybe the edge cases, for the elderly, for example. And, how that makes its way, into the population at large, I think we're all still exploring there a little bit. Right. And I think time will tell. But, much like the microwave, your parents never asked for a microwave. Nobody asked for a microwave. But once it came out, everybody had to have a microwave. Same goes for the smartphone. Nobody asked for a smartphone. Then now everybody does, in fact, have a smartphone. So same will happen here.
Yeah. Let's talk dream scenario. So I get the deadline, and I think that makes sense when regular people will be buying self-driving cars. What do we need to have happen in the tech space that you would love to see? So the idea of roads talking to each other, cars talking to each other, is that one of your most wanted items? What would you put?
I think first off in the sensor suite, we do need to have some degree of progression on the LiDAR side. From the standpoint of radars and camera and the software and the fusion that controls that, I think we're actually in very, very good shape. LiDAR, you've seen some of these vehicles with the large rotating mechanical LiDARs, obviously not for a consumer, right? So there's a lot of work that has to happen there, plus the cost is quite high. So that needs to become smaller and more cost effective, no question about that.
Do we need to explain LiDAR sensors real quick to the audience?
Yeah, it's I'll call it a laser light version of radar. So it shoots out light at a certain frequency, and then that gets reflected back. The car receives that reflection and can tell what's out there based on those laser beams. So nonetheless, I think that's a key element going forward. And I think with that corrected, when you start getting into smart cities, you start talking about V to I, vehicle to infrastructure communications. I think that can also be quite helpful in the implementation.
Smart roadways, all the things.
Smart roadways, for
so
sure.
is that something you want before, or do you think that'll be complementary?
I think it's an augmentation, right? It will help it be better, right? The experience will be better, but it will not be necessary because you can't expect that this kind of infrastructure, smartening is really going to be everywhere.
It's a very large country. Yeah. What would you say? Ford has
I find that we're agreeing on almost everything here. So.
Matchmaking here on the Engadget stage.
Yeah. You're a genius at this. I often have to tell people that our cars are presently autonomously autonomous, meaning I have to drive in a world where not all the cars are autonomous. Not everything talks to me, and I have to be backward compatible with the existing infrastructure and society. And so when our cars go out there, we don't need V to V, we don't need V to I, but that being said, I will take any productive data that the car can ingest because it only makes our solution more accurate, more robust, more safe, and a better experience for everybody. So if people want to add those layers, that's great, we'll consume them.
The three sensor types, radar, LiDAR, camera, they're there, right? They're there redundantly because you need that information to be certain. This, right, the V to I and the V to P and the V to V, this is just more helpful. Treat it as more sensor information coming in.
The vehicle to vehicle, I think, would be amazing. So actually merging could be, it's out of your control. You can't be the jerk if your car is like, no, this is the correct way to do a merge. I mean, that would be ideal. We've only got a few minutes left. So real quick, I'd like to talk about the first time you rode in an autonomous car, whatever you're like, oh my God, this is amazing, and how you want to translate that to, I'd imagine both of you want everyone to have autonomous cars one day. Probably your loved ones, you want them to be safe. Talk about that sort of magic moment for you.
Well, I think I'm going to go first because I'm probably older here. I literally started riding in autonomous vehicles here in Las Vegas in 2004. I participated in a series of events called the DARPA Grand Challenges. And in essence, the event was the government trying to speed up these technologies for the benefit of our armed forces overseas. And so consequently, they were thinking, desert wars at the time, and they held the race right here in the Mojave Desert, literally miles outside of Vegas. And so the first time I was chauffeured around was by a big Ford F-250 on 4x4 roads, out in the rough desert, going really high speed, 50 miles an hour, bouncing over rocks and rough road. And, it was quite exciting. But within days of that, the test engineers in the vehicle, we might be on a 100-mile drive to prove out something, and the test engineers would be like, oh, God, this is it's more of the same. And then
it gets kind of boring.
Yes.
That's what was surprising to me, too.
When the car functions correctly, it's uneventful. Uneventful is how you want it to be. You want the car to drive like a very good human driver would, or perhaps better, and it's uneventful. It's not the big shock and awe that people imagine it's going to be.
Yeah, for me, I'll tell you the most defining moment in my history on automated cars happened 2 days ago. Just 2 days ago.
It was when I rode around in the Delphi.
It was actually about an hour later.
Okay, what happened?
It was an hour later when we had another journalist in the car with his videographer, and we were about halfway through our 6-mile course when the videographer taps me on the shoulder and says, Jim, how much of the drive will be automated? I said, well, all of it. And he looked at me like I had something wrong. And about 30 seconds later, no, Jim, seriously, what portion of this? And I said, well, everything's automated. He said, well, when did she stop driving? He thought the safety driver was actually driving the car.
Yeah,
and that's when I knew, right, that we really had made some real significant progress. The car drives so naturally. You know, cars cutting in front of us, cutting us off, there's not an overreaction to the braking, right? It's a natural human-like reaction to that event. So if you were around in 1968, you might remember the line from the great Doors song, the Roadhouse Blues, keep your eyes on the road and your hands upon the wheel. Not anymore.
Yeah. I have to agree with what he says, because I've had a number of VIPs in the car, and you know, we've been in some very difficult driving scenarios, even for humans. For example, dropping someone off at the departure terminal of an airport. And they'll constantly...
That is a nightmare for
and they'll
machine and human.
They'll constantly say to me, who's driving? Who's driving? Who's driving? And I'm like, stop asking. The car's been driving the whole time, you know?
So for legal reasons, they do need a safety driver behind the wheel. That's still another challenge that we didn't get to touch on, but getting sort of the U.S. government to sort of recognize how we can better test autonomous cars in real-world situations. I know that's a whole other...
Yeah, it's a just in case you have someone who can take control.
Right. Okay. Thank you both so much. What an interesting conversation. I wish we had more time.
Carrie, thank you very much.
Oh, thanks. So Jim and James, we have Delphi over here, Ford right here. Thank you all for joining us. There will be one more episode of the Future IRL coming up tomorrow, but, you know, everything is happening here at CES. Thank you, gentlemen. See you later.
Welcome back to Engadget, live here at CES 2017. How are we having a good show? I hope so. We're almost through it. We have a bit more of a week left. Hi there.
Hello.
And I'm joined today by the lovely Anita Sarkeesian.
Hi. I'm happy to be here.
Welcome to CES. How's your CES 2017 going so far?
It's better than I thought.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's the first time I've been here.
Oh, it's your first CES.
Yeah, it's my first CES.
Cool. Well, you've got lots of things to see here. But today we'll be talking about, of course, games.
Yeah.
And lots of things to do with games. And yes, we'll get to that. But first, Anita, could you give a quick, brief introduction of yourself to our audience?
Yeah, absolutely. So I am Anita Sarkeesian. I run a nonprofit called Feminist Frequency. We look at the way women are represented in popular culture. We're known mostly for our series called Tropes versus Women in Video Games, looking specifically at some harmful representations of women in gaming. And we also do a lot of work to help combat online harassment.
So, for example, I remember seeing 10 ways to approach ways to approach gender representations in games, and ways to teach, like teaching learning aids, that kind of thing. To bring up
ways to be allies, ways to recognize male privilege in gaming, for example. Like things like, you might not even think about how harassment happens in an online game, for example, because if you go in with what sounds like a male voice or a masculine voice, you're not going to get rape
and that's the
threats.
interesting thing. Of course, depending on how you choose, your gender of your character, no one knows whether that represents who you're playing as.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I've seen it come up very recently with the, Super Mario Run, where they're like, are we really still rescuing a princess in a castle?
Yeah,
this
exactly.
kind of thing, This is a 30-year-old, gaming trope.
And not to take anything away from the game, right? Like, these are great games that we love and grew up with, but also, like, why are we still rescuing damsels?
I think it recently came up. I think there was a New York Times writer, perhaps, that brought it up with the creator of Super Mario, and the creator was like, I just never thought of it until now. And
Exactly.
It's the idea of thinking about it, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's a big part of it, too. I mean, some of the sexism we see in gaming is very intentional, sadly, but quite a bit of it is actually just not recognizing or understanding that these are problems, and it's sometimes just as easy as calling it out and bringing it to the creator's attention.
Indeed. So your background is in academia.
Sort of.
Sort of?
Yes. I do. I did start in academia. I have a master's degree, and I actually started Feminist Frequency while I was in grad school because I was so disillusioned with how alienating feminist theory was. Like, why would you'd have to be formally trained and have the privilege and the money to be able to learn how to read these words that make no sense to normal people. So I really wanted to create something that could help bring feminism and feminist theory to a wider audience, and using the lens of popular culture is something that we can all connect with and talk about, and it's worked so far.
So good so far.
Yeah.
So yes, you come into gaming criticism, and how's that been for you?
It's been interesting.
Mixed? Yes. I mean, we'll touch briefly on it all, but I really just wanted to talk about how there's been blowback to this sometimes. Not everyone is particularly happy about critiquing the games that they like. They take it quite personally sometimes. Some, games. I mean, myself, I'm a Final Fantasy nerd. That's my thing. That's my bag. And I have very strong feelings about 7, 8, or 9. We'll not get into them here. This wasn't an hour-long broadcast, unfortunately.
Sure.
But yeah, so I mean, how's that been like to have such visceral feedback from people?
It's been. It's really hard to. So for context, when I announced this video series looking at the way women are represented in gaming, I launched a Kickstarter to help fund the project, and immediately an enormous hate mob descended upon me across all of my online presence. So all of my Twitter, all of my Facebook, emails, everything. They would try to report me to the IRS and the FBI, which I always thought was really kind of funny. If it wasn't so awful. Regularly received death and rape threats, bomb threats at events that I was speaking at. It just went on and on and on. And this was like, I had no idea.
We're talking very, very recently. This is the last 2 years this stuff was
Well, it's been 4 years for me. What we now call Gamergate happened 2 years ago. So the harassment that I received was before that. And it was, it was really awful, and it still continues, right? So the thing about it is, if you continue doing the work that made these people angry, they will continue to harass you.
And there's
for
nothing
it.
to say that even if you stopped doing these things, they would leave you alone either.
Yeah, I mean, because probably, like, that's the idea, right? Is they're trying to silence me. And the thing that's so amusing about all of it is I hadn't even released a video or made a criticism. It was just, they were so angry at the sheer concept or idea of talking about sexism in gaming.
And it's odd because, like you said, it's very much like a critique. It's like a rolling commentary of games and characters that already exist. You're not militantly trying to stop games being made.
No.
You're trying to start a dialogue of the
Yeah.
creative processes and the thoughts.
Our major tagline is be critical of the media you love, because, you know, often women who talk critically about media get accused of like not being a real geek girl or not being a real gamer or whatever that means. And the thing is, I came to this as a fan and as someone who loves gaming and loves media.
Right.
So I just want it to be better for everyone and much more inclusive.
So what kept you going then? What kept you going after this kind of sheer harassment and this pushback?
I get asked that a lot, and I don't have a good canned answer.
That's fine.
Which
that's
is fine, but partly, why would I stop, right? Like, I think that this is so important. And this is also a bigger issue than just games, right? This is
Yes.
about women's ability to interact and engage in the world, right? To engage online, to be able to fully participate in our online life. And so this is, while I want games to be better, because I think the media works to reinforce and reflect our society for better or for worse, it's also a larger issue about the way that women and marginalized folks are treated in the world.
Yeah, and gaming is very important. Also, it's such a new medium that it's the most, you know, there's most opportunity to change it now because it's such a growing, nascent medium.
Well, and with VR, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's actually really sad to hear accounts of harassment in VR when it's such a new technology that, like, after all of this conversation around online harassment in gaming, why wasn't that baked into VR systems? Why weren't developers, and there were some developers who were thinking about it, but there was a lot more that weren't.
Yeah, indeed. And some of the VR games you can already get are already incredibly creepy. And because it's so personal and so deep, the VR experience, I'm sure we've got many VR experienced people in the crowd out there. It's such a deeper experience that if it's not
Like, if
correct.
someone gropes you in a VR
Yeah.
game, it feels like you're really being touched.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't think you can understand that unless you've actually been in VR and, like, you know, stood on the edge of a cliff and felt like you were literally gonna die.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a very personal
The emotional
reaction.
response is just very much cranked up to the max.
Absolutely.
And now, like we were talking, these games are now more popular, ever increasingly more popular, decade by decade. And do you think, because of that, given that bigger impact on society, does that change the responsibilities of game makers? Where do you think, you know, the responsibility lies? Is it us as a society? Do you think games makers should be?
I mean, yes, I do. I think that developers and publishers need to take responsibility for the work they're putting in the world. You know, I think that they need to understand that the media that they create is not in a vacuum, that it exists in a world that reinforces positive or negative things,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
The representations are not just a solo, fun entertainment thing. We learn and we engage and we learn about the world and different people through media. And so understanding that the stories that you tell do have an impact, right? So, like, you know, if your military shooter is white dudes shooting a bunch of brown dudes in the world, like, that sends a message. That is kind of racist, right?
And not even factually correct.
Yeah, so I think that it is absolutely important, but I also, you know, the other thing with developers and publishers is understanding that, like, what are they encouraging their audiences? Like, what kind of behaviors are they encouraging through the way that they do their marketing and that sort of thing? So one of the things that came up around Gamergate and these large-scale harassment campaigns is, why didn't the publishers and developers speak up? Because it was their audiences that were attacking us. Right? And so some of it is also, like, what's in the games, but also who are they marketing to? Who are their communities? What kinds of environments do they want to create online?
Yeah, it's the balance of their business interests and maintaining their audience. And
But I mean, if you opened up and made your audience more inclusive, a much more larger audience, you would actually have a larger audience, right?
And it's already well known that, especially on mobile, female gamers outnumber male gamers. It's a different atmosphere out there completely. And the games kind of represent that. I'd argue. You know, there's
Sometimes.
Yeah, not all the time, of
Sometimes.
course. Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
And like when it comes to this, is there such a thing as too much diversity? Is there, you know, is there?
No.
I know, right?
I mean, that's kind of a silly. Sorry, that's kind
I mean,
of a
no,
silly
no.
question.
I
but, like,
meant the push to focus on diversity. Kind of.
No, I think here's the thing is that because we've spent so much time telling stories about white, straight men, that it's gonna seem like it's excessive to tell stories about other people. And I think it's sort of a pendulum swing until you get to the middle. And so we need to swing pretty far in terms of talking about like all of the other people that exist in the world, right? In terms of race and sexuality and gender, ability even. And I think it's really important to understand that like seeing more of those representations doesn't mean you can't still tell stories about white straight men. It means that like we are representing many more people and many more people's experiences.
Yeah, it's about painting a broader picture with games we have. And so let's go back to CES. Have you seen anything yet?
Have I seen anything yet?
Did you manage to venture beyond Engadget's stand? How deep have you gone?
I think I've made a loop through this main building.
Right. So you've just been stood outside one of those giant OLED TVs, just staring into them.
Man, there's some cool TVs here.
I've really
That's
got
what I've been geeking out
I've really
on.
got to just stop drinking and save that money up and buy a TV or something.
I think so.
feel. Yeah, they're kind of gorgeous.
Cool.
And well, you should definitely check out some of the deeper parts, some of the tinier parts. That's where the silliest stuff is. There's plenty of VR experiences.
Perfect.
Some very intriguing ones. But that's it for us. We'll be back. Anita will be joining me again.
Yeah.
With other gamers for us to do a new Engadget gaming challenge. No dancing this time, I'm afraid, but a delightfully cute Nintendo console will be making an appearance. So
Perfect.
join us then. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Drop it low, let me play that back. Drop it low, let me play that back.
Welcome back to CES 2017. You're here watching Engadget's live stage, and we're on to Engadget's Gaming Challenge. Now, yesterday we had a dance-off. Today we're going old school. We're going back in time. On stage we have the Nintendo Mini. It's adorable. But before we get into all that, I'd like to introduce our guests. First up on my left.
Hello, I'm Anita Sarkeesian.
So we just had Anita on stage. You were talking about gaming and feminism and a load of other silly things. No, less silly things. You've got to be careful there. Yeah. More silly things in that very frivolous CES flavor. Also, I have on my right.
I'm Carolyn Pettit. I work with Anita at Feminist Frequency.
And so we're going to have a NES-off, aren't we?
Yeah, I just want to say, it brings me such joy that one of the things we're celebrating or featuring here at CES 2017 about the latest cutting-edge technology is like the games of 1985.
Yeah, it was a good year.
It was a really good year.
I was born that year, so...
Oh, there you go. That's what I'm saying.
So let's get started. I think we're going to play some games as we go, so hopefully we can get it up on screen. There we go.
All right.
Oh, that music.
I vote for Bubble Bobble.
I think Bubble Fight might be a good start as well.
Balloon Fight. Bubble Bobble is
Let's go.
also good.
Oh, we need a two-player one, so that's Super Mario 3.
Sure.
I think Carolyn's going to kick your ass no matter what you choose.
I don't know about... Let's not set expectations too
I'll
high.
preface this thinking I am going to get my ass handed to me.
We'll see.
Here we go.
No pressure or anything,
No
Carolyn.
pressure, no
but you know,
pressure.
you're representing all of feminism and all of women in this battle.
Me?
No, Carolyn.
No pressure. This is... if I had to pick which game on the NES Mini is just the flat-out best game, this would be the one. I just think it's such a classic. Super Mario Brothers 3. So, all right, go ahead.
You gotta rescue that princess. Oh, is there really? Apparently there is a lag on the controller.
Oh yeah, that makes platforming a lot harder when you've got the lag happening, the input lag. Oh Lord, this is like, yeah, Mario is not as responsive. Mario is not as responsive as he should be. Let's see how Luigi handles himself.
Yes, you're up.
All right. What we're doing, battle mode. Bring it on.
Yeah, so apparently it's kind of impossible to do any kind of platforming with an intense lag, so it adds an extra level of challenge.
Luigi wins. That's right. 4-1.
Let's see how you fare on the real game.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that was quick, wasn't it?
I still made it further than you did.
I don't know about that.
I progressed further into the level than you did.
I don't know about that. We'll give this another go, then we'll go back to the menu and have another play on the
All
game,
right.
I feel.
Just the music and the visuals of this just take you so back to like original gaming. The NES was my first console that I played on and what got me into games.
It went the other way.
Oh, you're doing a lot better. I think the strategy when there's lag. Oh, the strategy when there's lag is to just avoid everything.
Yeah, to really take your time, which makes for great internet TV.
I think unfortunately there's a little bit of lag on these controllers. It's making it extra tricky.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get to the end of the level, Karen,
all right.
okay?
If I can get through this level, okay.
If you get there, I'll give you a can of Coke or something. Oh, he's a bit fast. Yeah, jump now, jump now, jump now. No, now.
Boo.
Yes. Yes, rubbish. Rubbish.
All right, all right.
Let's go back. Let's choose another game.
Yeah. So just hit the reset.
There we go. Okay then. So we need another 2-player game. Pac-Man. That would kind of be awesome. Mario Brothers, Kirby.
Kirby was my
I
big one
love
as a
these
kid.
games.
So good.
Do you have time to play through the entirety of Final Fantasy 3? Maybe not. Maybe not.
With the leg?
Yeah, right. Oh, this
So interestingly, so in Japan there's the Famicom Mini.
That's right, yeah.
And that has I think Final Fantasy 3 on it. The U.S. console, the NES Mini, has Final Fantasy 1 on it.
Japan gets the better one that way around, I'd say. Right, so we're in Bubble Land.
All right.
Whoa! Oh no! Oh no!
yeah,
Oh
what
no!
are you
Oh
doing?
no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Back we go. Back we go. It's okay.
We need Bub and Bob in there.
And on these consoles, of course, the controllers are completely different. So you have to press select, not up and down, to choose anything.
Right.
It's how we screw up everything. Oh no! There we go. Oh.
Yes.
There we go. Get ready, kids.
Bub and Bob are making a journey to the Cave of Monsters.
See how this goes.
My favorite part of this game is all the food. Into the food bits. Even the squash or broccoli or whatever that is.
I have no idea what's going on.
You blow bubbles at them.
You bubble them, and then you bobble them.
Oh my god. Wow, that's never actually occurred to me. You're not going to have time to meet their girlfriends. But Bub and Bob have girlfriends that I think they actually have to rescue at some point.
Oh yeah. If you get the good ending, you rescue their girlfriends. They're little dinosaur
Do you remember
girlfriends.
their names?
I don't remember their names.
You're doing pretty good. Is there a lag issue on this? Right. Yeah, but you're doing good. Considering. Oh, you're good.
I'm gonna claim bias or something. Any excuse.
Any excuse,
Any excuse?
yeah.
Anyone?
What are the ends?
Does this just go on forever?
Yes, it really does.
I forget how many levels there are, but it does go on for quite a while, yes.
I mean, they get.
I'm getting that martini.
They get
No, you won't.
much more challenging.
There we go.
I think there's a heart-shaped level where they're just all the baddies are in the middle of the heart, and you have to just fall into it and hope you survive.
I feel that we're not going to come to a conclusion as to who won with this game.
I mean,
I
you
have
have
considerably more points than you do, so.
So, are we going with inconclusive, right? Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
inconclusive. Yeah. Yep. Whoa. Oh.
Fancy. You just got a whole heck of a lot more points.
Keep dying.
Wait,
Oh,
who's
I've
left?
died. So, inconclusive, right? Inconclusive?
Totally inconclusive.
I'll go back to the
really
menu.
unclear. It's really unclear what the results of that game were.
There must be a game where I
Who
might
can
win.
say?
balloon fight. I'm going balloon fight, and this will be our conclusive. Obviously, we're drawing at the moment, so we'll call this
this is
conclusive.
The tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh, I haven't seen this one
This
in
is
a
a
long
nerve-wracking
time.
one.
Are you? So you're
So-
just trying to pop their balloons
Indeed.
while your balloon is not being popped. Oh, there's fish that eat them. All right. Is this
Yes.
a cooperative game?
So this is actually a lot like the arcade classic Joust in many
Oh,
ways. Like
yeah.
you have to hit them from above, and you can help or hinder each other. And I just cast myself into the ocean there.
I don't even know what killed me there.
I know I'm supposed to be heckling, but I'm kind of rooting for you all.
I think that's only because it's been such a whitewash until this point.
I just feel bad for you.
Such violence.
Well, to be fair, we do have an old school Joust arcade cabinet in our office.
So this was.
Balloon fight made short
It's a
work
good
of both
one,
of
though.
us.
Yeah.
Let's go
It's
one
a
more
tough
round.
one.
All right. I'll call it a day.
Oh. Who's red? You're red. Yeah. Oh. It also looks like in the same way with Joust, it's really hard to like control and stay on point. So you're sort of sliding around a bunch, which adds to the challenge of the game. Do you have to hit them twice? Because once they get the parachute, or you have to hit them again for them to go down? Got it. And then they'll just blow up. Oh, look, they blow up the balloons again. Oh, so close. Rude.
I think we're both pretty good at this game.
Wow, spoke too soon.
So I'm still alive. I'm still alive.
Yeah.
Inconclusively, I am the winner.
Yeah, except
Vaguely.
she does have more
I'm
points
gonna-
than you.
That's a trend I've been noticing
Yeah.
actually on this game. But we're going to call it a day because those 8-bit chip loops are giving me a headache. So let's go back to the beautiful menu. Thank you very much for thrashing me soundly.
Oh, my pleasure.
And yeah, that's the end of the Engadget Gaming Challenge. We'll have more on stage. I think next is After Hours, but there's plenty more on stage today and the rest of the week. And you two will be back on stage tomorrow.
Morning, yeah.
As long as the weather doesn't put you off or something like that. I don't know. It's a
Sure.
very Britishism thing to
It
say.
is very British.
It's a very British
I
thing
think
to
we'll
say.
be here.
Okay, good luck. Thank you very much for joining
you all
us.
tomorrow.
Stay tuned. We'll be back right after the break.
The legend is as old as the VHS tapes we grew up masturbating to. Porn was supposedly the deciding factor in the otherwise unsexy format wars between Sony's Betamax and VHS. Of course, that's oversimplifying things. When JVC introduced its first VHS player in 1977, Betamax was already 2 years old, but a combination of longer runtimes, lower prices, and an open standard put VHS on top. Since then, porn's role in technology has reached mythical proportions. It's driven internet commerce, high-definition video, even search. The tech's biggest players remain largely tight-lipped when it comes to sex, creating an awkward alliance with the adult entertainment business. It's impossible to measure porn's influence on tech, but it's clear that the two have always needed each other. Case in point, the often strained relationship between the world's biggest tech trade show, CES, and the world's biggest adult film conference.
I was one of the very, very first ones to go to the CES show. At that time, the CES incorporated the adult industry. We were in a little corner of a tent. It was great seeing crowds come to us, and we were getting the bigger traffic. It didn't happen overnight, but as years went by, we were packed, 10 people deep, because these guys do their business. The wife and the kids, maybe they go home, and the husband goes, what, they got the porn stars in the tent over there? Yeah.
What did people do when they got VCRs? They got porn movies. So we put out a newsletter. It was called Adult Video News. It came to my first show. And where I was distributing my magazines was with Russ Meyer.
I never try anything. I just do it. Like I don't beat clocks, just people.
He would go himself to CES and take a booth and sit there and sell the video cassettes to anybody who wanted them at a set price and autograph them. So I sat with Russ Meyer at his booth, gave out the magazines, and that was my first interaction really with the industry. The guys that were putting out the video, manufacturing these video cassettes, they're in a brand new business. There's nowhere to market. You can't buy an ad on TV. Nobody's going to take it. How are you going to market this? Well, let's go to the place where they're selling the machines, and that was CES. Well, CES accepted them, but always put them off to the side, roped off. Like, we'll accept you, but we're not putting you up front.
One of the things that really pissed them off was the lack of respect. CES show put up signs saying, warning, porn stars are using these bathrooms. Like, letting you know that these diseased, herpes-riddled stars, are using the same toilet. So if a little bug jumps right out of the toilet, you might land on your foot if you're there, for the CES show.
So if our customers say to us, we're being treated like shit, why don't you do a trade show for our business? Then it was sort of a demand. The first year was euphoric because we really had done it. And it wasn't a coup. I'm sure that the CES guys, I know that they were angry and everything.
It made us feel kind of good, like, look, you screwed with us a little too much. Now you can kindly go fuck yourself.
Hey, glad to be here. I thought Paul would lose his ass on this show, but once again, I was wrong.
There was always a joke that people would go to CES, they'd be sent by whoever, Hewlett Packard or whoever was sending them, but really they would spend most of their time over at the AVN show, so it would be packed. I mean, you can't even walk through the place. It was just incredibly packed.
It was free for everybody, so if you had a CES badge, we still allowed you in.
You couldn't move at these shows. You'd be like this, signing autographs, and Ron, big fan, thank you. It was nuts.
It's that puppy exuberance of conventioneers let loose with a bunch of girls in skimpy outfits. I mean, there's very little that approaches that level of exuberance, actually. I mean, you take that many nerds and technology geeks with pocket protectors and pens and jam them into tight quarters with a bunch of porn stars. I mean, they're like kids in Disneyland, really. That's what it looked like.
When Paul started the Adult Entertainment Expo in 1998, he took porn's biggest players with him. The mass exodus left a void at CES and signaled a shift in the show's attitude towards sex. For the better part of a decade, if you wanted it, you had to find it somewhere outside the Las Vegas Convention Center. CES attendees flocked to the Adult Entertainment Expo, but their appetite for sex took them far beyond the city's limits.
We're more of a resort than, let's say, just a brothel, and I believe we're the only one in Nevada that is set up this way. We have a hotel as well as a restaurant and a bar, and the brothel, of course.
So what kind of clients do we see here during CES? I tend to always get a more nerdy clientele. I have the glasses, I have the Dr. Who tattoo. People in the tech industry, that's always so go, go, go. So they'll come see me because they want to have that girlfriend experience they know that they can have without having to invest hours and hours and hours of time looking for people.
It's usually the techie guys, and they're coming in the groups, or they're coming in on their lunch breaks after a long day of shooting, and they usually like a girlfriend experience, or they like coming in the classroom and role-playing with that. You can just see a higher volume of those specific kind of customers coming in, and they're usually hush-hush. They come in and do their stuff and then leave again.
A lot of the nerdy guys like the two-girl thing. They have the threesome fantasies, so it's great to have friends that I can work with, that I can pull in and have some fun.
Sherry's Ranch used to have a booth at AVN, and we'd go for years, so we'd see both the CES customers as well as AVN. When they did the split, I think the volume has gone up from that. Instead of, driving an hour to come see us where you can do it legal, they were hitting maybe the after parties for AVN, or trying to pop in there to maybe rub elbows with some porn stars or something like that. So the split, I've seen it actually, the volume definitely go up for us.
Paul eventually sold his stake in AVN. At the time, CES and the Adult Entertainment Expo were bursting at the seams, and there was only room for one show in town.
And the decision was made that they were going to move the dates, which I thought was a huge mistake. I said it's a huge mistake.
That may be the dumbest idea I've ever heard, because now you're not going to benefit from the people at CES who want a place to go. It's an audience looking for porn stars. You're taking them away. They're not going to go to CES show and come back 2 weeks later.
It was a ghost town for AVN for the first 2 or 3 years. I felt sorry for the vendors that were there because they were just standing in these booths and there was no one there, and everything looked forlorn and desolate. And I hated the hard rock on top of it all.
For fear that I'm friendly with all the guys at AVN, I don't want to insult them, but it's like a flea market now.
While AVN struggled to find its footing, CES had become a sexless desert of 4K TVs, action cameras, and smartwatches. Aside from the occasional booth babe, sex no longer had a presence at the world's biggest tech show. And then a family-run toy company from small-town New Hampshire sought to change all of it.
What are we covering today?
We're talking about CES.
Okay. So what my thought is about CES is obviously it's going to be about Club Vibe 3.0 because that's we're releasing that.
Also, we have Club Vibe Hero, which I got a prototype in. So that's the male version for Club Vibe.
Well, any person, unisex really.
Oh, it's unisex.
Right?
Okay.
It's an anal toy, so that can work for anybody.
Increase
Is it comfortable? Did you give that a try?
Absolutely, it's really great. Oh, My Bod is kind of a tech and pleasure company. So we make high-end luxury vibrators and sex toys that connect via Bluetooth and RF, and in some cases are just plain old regular beautifully made vibes. The mission is about, removing the stigmas around this product category. So we thought CES would be a great venue to display and exhibit. So we applied back in 2011, and initially they said, thanks, but no thanks, because we were a sex toy manufacturer and a brand. I lobbied a little bit. We called, we got in front of the right people. We wrote some letters, and they changed their mind, and here we are, 5-6 years later.
We were kind of tucked back in a corner. We did, I think, get kind of in a way checked on. And I find it funny because, of course, many of the tech companies there hire talent for their booth, meaning women that are very good looking and all, dressed up or sexy or whatever. We still get every year the comment, aren't you at the wrong show? Meaning that we're not at AVN. I mean, it is sex and it is fun and we want it to be that way. But as a company, we need to remind people that it isn't something that can't be talked about.
We exhibit and drive what is most primal. When we dropped out of the trees on the Serengeti and we climbed into the caves, one of the very first things we carved was images of people having sex. I think people that develop technology should probably pay a lot of attention to the adult space, not because we are economic drivers, but because people that are motivated on sexual issues are motivated from their reptile brains. And I believe that, you know, when we see how technology evolves, we see how that plays out. Did someone from Google come to talk to me about VR? Yes. Did they make me swear on a Bible that I would not talk about it and identify them? Yes. I now believe that VR, it won't be the end game, but it'll be a game that lasts for a very long time for the adult experience. And I think the VR experience is where we've been heading since we dropped out of those trees and crawled into that cave and first scratched those images on the cave wall.
Every new medium has its porn moment. Like VHS before it, some argue that the fate of consumer VR could hinge on porn. As the world waits to see if virtual reality will go mainstream, sex is making its way back to the CES show floor. For the first time in decades, porn will have an official presence at CES 2017, proving that sex and tech may be strange bedfellows, but you can't have one without the other. So we're back here at the Engadget CES stage with Suki Dunham and Brian Dunham, the founders of Oh My Bod. First question for you, Brian, is do you test all the anal toys yourself?
Yeah, I'm really super psyched that you included that part of the segment. Thank you, baby, for
the hard-hitting questions from Christopher Trout.
Yeah. You know, hard-hitting, yeah. Everything's a pun when you're talking about sex. So I think it's time to pop open a bottle of champagne and celebrate another great year for you guys here. This is your, what is it? You can go ahead.
Yeah, I'll carry it.
This is seventh year.
Seventh year at CES, and you were presumably the first sex toy company to do this.
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So I know that we already went over all of that, and everybody here is now aware that it's maybe not the easiest relationship sometimes, but you guys have done this for 7 years now. You have a pretty great working relationship with the CEA or CTA at this point. I don't want to get sued for using the wrong acronym. So where are you guys this year? Are you in the same place that you've been every year?
Yeah, this year we're in the North Hall in the iProducts section. We've been there from the very beginning, basically. Well, actually, that's not true. Our very first show, we were in the South Hall. We're tucked in between Verizon Wireless and, what was it?
Taser International.
Taser International. I'm not sure why.
Well, you know, it's a sort of junk drawer of oddities. Not to call it junk. Wasn't implying anything.
They didn't know where to put us.
So what are you showing off at this year's show? It's like this is a pretty big deal for people that are in the know about sort of sex toy companies and especially ones that have connected devices.
Yeah.
Take it away.
So what we have this year, or one of the big announcements we made this year at CES, is that in March we are going to release an SDK, so a software developer kit for our Blue Motion line of products, which means that we're open sourcing our Bluetooth chipset so that developers can come up with new creative ways to take advantage of our products and create some great user experiences. So
open sourced vibrators and butt plugs and all sorts of great stuff.
You name it and you'll be able to connect it.
So why is that a big deal? I mean, like, I know, you know, but like, why does it matter that you're open sourcing vibrators?
Well, at
And
Oh My
also,
Bod,
One second. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries.
Cheers.
Salud.
Cheers, queers.
Cheers.
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 So yeah, once again, why is it important?
Well, it's important for us because we know about making hardware, toys, but we wanted to give people that have creative minds the ability to really create an ecosystem around our products. We have 2 apps now that we created, that we worked on, and we think the user experience is very good, but there's all different possibilities, we believe. I mean, one of the ideas, we were just batting things around in the office, and one of the things we thought of is take a dating app,
Yep.
a
Grindr
la
or Tinder.
Grindr, a la Tinder, and imagine that you are an Oh My Bod enabled user on there, and so you can allow somebody, if you so choose, to perhaps interact with you intimately, control your vibe, whatever. So.
And was this something that like y'all kind of had on your roadmap? Did you have people coming to you asking for this kind of access?
We've had people ask us for all different types of, let's say, new elements or enhancements to our app. And as you guys probably know, or your audience knows, that can be a very timely, costly thing. And we just felt like there were lots of other people that might be able to even do it better than us. So we wanted to open it up and give everybody an opportunity.
Know your strengths and your weaknesses.
Exactly.
Right?
Totally.
So what are the most popular requests then? I mean, beyond, obviously, you guys have opened it up and anybody can do whatever they want at this point, right? Which is a scary, scary thing when you think about what we're talking about in some ways. But what are the things that people most want to see out of their sex toys?
Right.
They're internet connected or Bluetooth connected sex toys.
Right. So one of the things they want is real-time video in-app. That's kind of a more challenging thing to execute, if I'm right. I mean,
I think users, like for any tech product, they just want, super ease of use and great UI.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff is tricky. You have, the Android platform. There's, ton of operating systems and different versions of Android. So it's really difficult to develop for, for that complete entire platform if you're a smaller company.
Right.
And so having developers that are proficient in developing apps and platforms for that, having a shot at this is, I think, would really increase the overall user experience for folks.
Yeah, and as an avid user of Grindr, I'm sure all of you wanted to know that. I relish the idea of being able to not get out of bed to hook up with somebody.
Right, exactly.
I'm sure I'm not alone there.
Right, and there's also this idea, if you think about, we're obviously in our midlife, but for millennials or people growing up with these technology devices, intimacy is being redefined. So for us, our first intimate experience was literally a physical touch, maybe at a junior high school dance where you have your first kiss or you hold a hand in a movie theater. Now, young people are having their first intimate experiences digitally. So it might be a sexy Snapchat or a Skype or in all different ways. So what we're doing is basically accommodating the new world of digital intimacy. What also we believe, though, is we don't believe that it will ever replace kind of personal or intimate contact. Ultimately, all of us as humans want that. But that this idea of having a way to be in contact intimately digitally is still, something that people desire.
So that raises an obvious question to me, which is sex robots. You're saying we're not going to replace each other with this sort of distance intimacy, but what about the sex robots? Are you guys in that business anytime soon?
We might be. I'm thinking about turning Suki into a little sex robot. See how I can do that.
How does that work?
A la Westworld.
Right? Or Stepford Wives. I think that's a scary proposition.
I think.
But really, what do you guys think about the possibility of sex robots? Are we going to see them soon? Are we all going to be fucking them?
Definitely seeing them in kind of the first iteration. You'll start seeing really, really quickly because we're part of one, part of a partnership that's kind of introducing that concept. And for sure, we'll see that in years to come. But like Suki said, this is stuff that is augmenting kind of natural human intimacy. It's not replacing anything. It's just simply augmenting the experience.
And do you see yourselves like building these robots, or will you be partnering with people that do them? Like, what do you think is the path forward? Because I know it's like they're very complicated. It's not an easy thing to do. Is that something that you think y'all would want to try to do on your own?
We'd probably never do it on our own. I think the first step is kind of signaling to developers that we're willing to work with them as partners. And you'll see we're for example partnering with Kiru, which is as you know, kind of an interactive platform.
It's teledildonics, right?
Teledildonics, exactly. And so we'll be announcing that right now and in the days to come.
You heard it here first, y'all.
Yeah, so we're actually co-designing a product with them specifically for use with their toy, which is really exciting for us, and it's a really cool platform that they're creating, and we're really excited about it. So that's kind of the first steps in working with companies that have really great specialties in whatever they're doing, whether it's teledildonics or robotics or what have you.
So we saw this briefly. I know Kelly from Penthouse touched on this. What are y'all's thoughts on VR? This seems like a very natural, like especially since you said you've been getting feedback from people about wanting to have a visual element to it. VR seems like the ultimate visual element potentially. Is that something that y'all thought about, or just generally how do you feel about the integration of VR with sex toys?
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that will be coming down the road for sure. People want an enhanced experience. Think about gaming, where gaming's come, right? Come from the what is it? Asteroids Day. I'm dating myself now, big time.
I don't know. We all experienced arcade games, right? Y'all experienced arcade games. See, they're in the same boat.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now how realistic they are, right? And then there's devices that have haptic feedback and chairs and all of those different things to make those experiences in those games feel more real.
Right. So haptic feedback in your underwear, for example.
There you go.
That's exactly what it is.
I got great ideas, y'all. This was $1 million idea.
Trout's going to be a product manager in his next life.
That is not happening.
You're hired.
So why don't you guys tell us a little bit about how you got started? Because I've heard this story, and I think it's really sweet. I hope you're open to sharing it. And we didn't really cover it here, but I would love to know how y'all, two people that worked in the tech industry, ended up in the sex toy industry.
By mistake. It's a short answer.
Yeah, basically, Brian and I both come from corporate America. So I was actually at Apple in Cupertino in worldwide product marketing for nearly a decade. And Brian also was working down in Silicon Valley for a Fortune 50 company. And we started having our family, and we decided, we're going to move back east. I was a stay-at-home mom. And said, okay, what am I going to do once my kids went off to school? What am I going to do? And Brian at the time was traveling for his corporate job to China all the time. And one Christmas bought me an iPod and a Vibe. And I was home alone. Stocking stuffers, yeah. And the ultimate stocking stuffers, I guess. And he was away, and I had these two little kids that I was kind of taking care of, and so I'd give them a bath and feed them and tuck them into bed, and it's like, well, how do you get out of mom mode? And so the music from the iPod was my mechanism of transportation out of mom mode and into a different place, a sexier place. And so I was finding I was using those two devices together, so we had a little talk, and we said, it'd be cool to put these two things together. We didn't know anything about the toy industry at all. We didn't know anything about the players, and we just started to kind of do our research and had a couple of prototypes and went to a trade show, and
I love that as your light bulb moment, though. It's like so sweet and like also so kind of funny to me.
Yeah.
Because it is also the sort of culmination of what you guys are doing now, right? Like those two things came together in your first product, which was a vibrator that could sync to your iPod, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would vibrate to the music
Right.
on your playlist.
And now you're talking about Skype integration and that sort of thing. It really is just kind of following the path of your relationship, which I think it's precious.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we've been together for 30 years now, and we're great business partners. But more importantly, we're great life partners. And a lot of the products that we design come out of life experiences, and I'm pretty lucky to have her on board on this little. This
I mean,
little journey.
actually, the product that won Best of Show last year that
Right.
you guys were.
Shout out.
Thank you.
They won a Best of CES award here on this stage last year for, remind me of the name?
Digital Health and Fitness for Love Life Crush.
That's it.
And Love Life Crush is a smart Kegel exerciser. So for anybody out there that doesn't know what Kegel exercise is, women
Just
should
squeeze.
be doing this 3 to 4 times a week. It's to basically keep your internal organs in place, basically. And as we age, as women, that muscle weakens over time. So you always want to work that muscle and exercise that muscle. So last year we released Love Life Crush, and the cool thing is that a lot of times when women do these exercises, they actually don't know if they're doing them correctly. So our device has sensors in it, and when they squeeze, it shows you that on your screen, on your app, so you know you're doing your exercises correctly. So like Brian mentioned, the reason why I brought it up is he says comes out of personal experience. I'm in my midlife, so it's time for me to make sure I do my Kegels. So there you have it.
Well, you know, it can't hurt anybody to do them, and also men can do Kegel exercises as well, just so y'all know. It improves.
Are you doing them right now?
Yeah, aren't you? I mean, every time it comes up, doesn't everybody just start doing them? I'm pretty sure. Everybody just seized up the second we said Kegel,
Yeah.
right?
Hold your breath.
So speaking of, there are a lot of fitness trackers out there for your genitals, and we've seen a lot of penis pedometers, for lack of a better phrase, hit our website. How do y'all feel about penis pedometers?
I don't have a lot of feeling for them.
Well, I mean, they don't really exist, I think, is the ultimate.
I don't think I have to count past 20.
Well, no, and what they ultimately tell you is how many times and how quickly you've thrusted, which I think is something you can figure out for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not hard.
Right?
I don't think we need to track that.
So we won't be seeing an Oh My Bod branded penis pedometer anytime soon.
No.
I just really love saying penis pedometer, obviously.
We can say it 3 times fast.
Penis pedometer. No. Done. Failed on the first one. So what are your plans for the year? You open sourced this toy. You also came out with another toy at the show, the anal thing that you stuck in your butt, I'm pretty sure.
Teddy. I did that with Teddy.
Our dog.
So what is up? What's coming up?
We have Club Vibe 3.0, which is the 3rd iteration of one of our most popular products, which is kind of the sound-activated, remote control, wireless Panty Vibe.
Is this like voice activation?
It's
oh my God, that's so hot right now.
It is. That's the theme of this year's show. I'm glad y'all are
Alexa,
on the
turn on
live.
my vibrator.
Yeah.
That actually, come on, that's great.
That would be pretty cool,
Yeah,
right?
we've been thinking about that a lot.
Right? And always on vibrator.
Yeah.
If you could also get it to make eggs for you in the morning, showstopper.
That's why we have children.
True. That's a much more expensive kind of toy, though, isn't it?
For sure.
But go on. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, so we have Club Vibe 3.0. We have the open source vibes. We're working on the kind of the companion app for Tazzle, which stands for the Art and Science of Love. So we have the Get Fit part of the app, which controls the Kegel exerciser, and we're introducing the Go Play version of the app, which allows partners to control it remotely and over the internet. So as the saying goes, work hard, play hard. So that's all under one roof under the Tazzle app.
Cool. And y'all are off from here to another conference that's going to look a little bit different from this one, probably.
Yes.
Right.
We are going to head to LA on Monday for a business-to-business trade show, actually. It's called XBiz. So we'll be there, and Brian and I were honored to be asked to be keynote speakers there. So we're gonna do a little chat with
It'll
the
be a
folks
little
there.
bit more buttoned up than this affair, though, huh?
Yeah, we'll dress up for that one.
Just a couple of glasses of champagne before you get on stage. You don't want it to turn out like this.
Right.
Michael, you got any more questions?
So, I mean, the last question that I would say, this is kind of like wide open here, but kind of what is the future of Oh My Bod? Like, where do y'all want to take the company next? Is there anything, like, I mean, you've done so well. You've really reached the pinnacle of your industry with the Best of CES award last year, let's be honest. So, I mean, what is next for you guys? Like, is there anything kind of on the horizon or, that you really, because you've had to overcome a lot of hurdles to kind of become where you are. Have you felt like you've cleared all of those, or is there still work to do?
Oh, there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I mean, winning the award last year, I was telling somebody it wasn't just about winning the award, it was about being recognized on the same level as all the other tech companies here. That was really important to us. When we first started coming here and press would write about us or talk about us, it was a little tongue-in-cheek. The visitors to our booth would be like, oh, what are you doing here? Are you at the wrong show? And in the 7 years, there's been a giant leap forward as we see it. Press are writing about us in a very, treating us like any gadget company here. Respectfully, yeah. And also everybody that's coming to our booth, I feel like they're more open. They're interested. They want to know. There's a lot less of that kind of ha 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 stuff going on, and so it's cool to see that. And for us, we're just going to keep pushing that ball forward to help people become comfortable with these products, to understand that it's part of actually a healthy sex life or healthy lifestyle. It's funny, if you do any reading on pleasure and satisfaction, people that are living into their 90s and beyond are people that are actually sexually active in some form.
Right, there's that explosion in like geriatric herpes, right?
STDs.
Yes.
Yeah, true.
Oh my God,
true.
that is the craziest shit I've heard in so long.
We heard the first time I heard that. My father lives in this place called the Villages down in Central Florida, and we went down there for a visit. This is where they drive the golf carts around, and they were telling us like there's a super high rate of venereal disease and STDs, and it's because they are nearing end of life and they have they don't care. They're
like
just,
fuck it.
They're just fuck it. Let's go.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But you were saying it's really like, and this has been your mission for a long time, to get mainstream acceptance, not just for your company, obviously, but for the greater sort of pleasure industry, if that's a way to put it.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, also being a woman in this industry, when we entered, 10 years ago, you didn't see a lot of women running companies, and they were very male-dominated. Products were being designed by males, which I find interesting and confusing. And so now, you see a whole lot of women entering this space. And really, I kind of see it as kind of the sexual revolution 2.0 for women, and that we're just taking control. The one thing I'd like to mention is that the other thing that I want to push through and work towards one day is to be able to have an ad on TV, because right now there's this hypocrisy that's going on. So all of you that watch TV, sporting events, you get the Viagra commercials all day long. That's about sexual dysfunction. There's no other reason for that product except so that men can have great sex. So why can't women have great sex too?
Right.
So I want to make that happen.
If we can talk about boners, we can talk about clits too.
That's it.
Right?
Absolutely.
Totally.
And I think honestly that's a pretty good
It's a
place
good one to
to
end on,
it.
yeah.
I really, really appreciate you guys coming out. It's always great to hang out with you. And we have more champagne in the back.
Yes.
So let's get the party started.
Awesome.
And y'all enjoy CES 2017. We'll be back tomorrow morning at some ungodly hour, probably a tiny bit hungover from hanging out with these folks. Thanks.
Thanks,
y'all.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.